The wind had ceased atop the withered Clifoth. The colossal demon tree that once pierced heaven stood now as blackened bone, its veins drained dry, its roots no longer drinking human blood. The sky above hung gray, and still no rain, no sun. Only the hollow expanse of a world that had passed through rage and found exhaustion on the other side. Virgil stood among the ruins, his dark blue coat settling around his shoulders like folded wings. Silver hair swept back from a face carved from marble, cold, precise, unmarked by doubt. Behind him, the tree's corpse stretched into the haze, a monument to power spent and purpose fulfilled. Or so it should have been. His right hand rested on Yamato's hilt. The katana hung at his side, silent, patient. Its wrappings were pristine white against the blue-black sheath, untouched by the carnage that had baptized this place. The blade had cut through Urizen, through V, through the boundary between human and demon, until only Virgil remained whole, complete and utterly alone. He flexed his fingers. The leather of his gloves creaked softly in the silence. Below, the human world recovered. Dante had returned to his shop, probably to stack unpaid bills and drink cheap whiskey. Nero had gone home to whatever normal life the boy could salvage. The crisis had passed. The threat had been eliminated. Order, such as it was, had been restored. And Virgil felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not relief, not even the hollow ache of loss. Just the vast, empty quiet of a question that refused silence. He drew Yamato. The blade emerged without sound, 3 feet of folded steel that gleamed with an inner light even the dead sky could not diminish. Its edge caught his reflection, white hair, cold blue eyes, the face of a man who had pursued power to the ending of the world and found it insufficient. If power controls everything, the thought formed slowly, precisely like frost spreading across glass. Who controls power? He had defeated Mundus through weakness and corruption. He had become Urizen through strength and will. He had reunited with his human half and matched Dante blade for blade. He had stood at the apex of demonic might in possession of both Sparta's legacy and his own perfected form. And still, the question remained unanswered. Power was not absolute if it could be equaled. It was not supreme if it required context. Human world, demon world rules and boundaries and the arbitrary physics of a single reality. True power would transcend such limitations. True power would cut through the very concept of restriction. Virgil's eyes narrowed. He had cut through space, through dimensions, through the barrier between human and demon. But those were merely applications of force within a framework that permitted them. What lay beyond the framework itself? The blade turned in his hand, catching light that had no source. Along its edge, reality seemed to thin, not break, but sharpen, as if the world itself were a drawing that required more precise lines. He thought of Dante, of the frustrated camaraderie they'd fallen into trading blows in hell until exhaustion forced conversation. His brother had found peace in limitation, contentment in protecting rather than surpassing. It was weakness disguised as virtue. But Dante wore it without shame. Virgil could not. To accept limitation was to accept defeat. To stop pursuing power was to declare the self, complete a lie he would not tell. But this world offered nothing more. Its demons were conquered. Its challenges met. Even hell itself had become routine, a training ground for 2 aging warriors playing at eternal rivalry. There was affection in it, perhaps even love. But there was no answer. Yamato hummed. The sound was barely audible, more vibration than tone, but Virgil felt it resonate in his bones. The blade was responding to his will, or perhaps to something deeper, the unspoken question that drove him the need that predated even his mother's death. What is the limit of power? He raised the katana. The movement was slow, deliberate, a ritual conducted with the precision of a man who understood that intent shaped reality more than strength. The tip pointed toward empty air, but Virgil was not looking at the sky. He was looking through it. His demonic power surged not explosively, but with the controlled intensity of a reactor achieving critical mass. Blue light traced along Yamato's edge, deepening to violet, then to something darker, a color that existed in no spectrum, that pulled at the eye and made the mind recoil. The blade began to cut. Not space, not dimension, something more fundamental. The air split, not torn, not shattered, divided as if reality were a sheet of paper. And Yamato the fold that separated before from after. The cut was perfectly straight, impossibly thin, and from it bled light that should not exist. Azure fire spilled from the wound. Not hot, not cold, but wrong light that illuminated nothing, that cast shadows in directions gravity did not recognize. The crack widened, spreading like ice across a frozen lake, and through it Virgil saw chaos. Not the chaos of battle or destruction, not disorganization or entropy. This was chaos itself, raw, primal, the substrate beneath reality, where form and void fought their eternal war. It moved like liquid, like thought, like screaming given shape and then stripped of shape again. Colors that could not be named flashed and died. Geometries folded through themselves. And beneath it all, a pressure immense, crushing, infinite, the weight of a universe that had never learned the meaning of stillness. It was madness given dimension. It was exactly what he had been seeking. Virgil's expression did not change. No satisfaction crossed his features. No triumph lit his eyes. He simply observed, cataloged, and made his decision with the cold logic that had always defined him. This was power unconstrained. This was the source. And if he could cut through to it, he could learn to cut through anything, including his own limitations. He sheathed Yamato. The blade returned to its scabbard with a soft click that echoed across the dead Qlipoth like a judge's gavel. The rift remained hanging in the air like a wound that refused to close. Azure light pulsed from its depths, casting his shadow in a dozen directions at once. The tree behind him creaked its dead wood, responding to energies it could not comprehend. Virgil stepped forward. Not quickly, not hesitantly. Each footfall was measured, deliberate, the gait of a man walking to his execution or his coronation, and utterly indifferent to which. The coat flared around him. His hand never left Yamato's hilt. At the threshold, he paused. Not from fear, not from doubt. Simply to commit the moment to memory, the last instant of a world where he understood the rules before crossing into one, where the rules themselves were subject to change. Behind him, the human world turned. Somewhere Dante was probably smirking. Nero was probably worrying. The ordinary cruelties and kindnesses of mortal life continued their small dance content in their smallness. Virgil had long ago abandoned such contentment. He stepped through. The light swallowed him, whole azure violet colors without name. The sensation was of falling and rising simultaneously, of being compressed to a point and expanded to infinity. Reality, inverted, folded, became a Mobius strip with Virgil at the center, and through it all, one sound persisted. The soft click of Yamato's sheath. The gate collapsed behind him, with a sound like silk tearing across the cosmos. Where it had been only empty air remained, and the Qlipoth still and silent monument to a question asked and abandoned. On the dead tree's summit, A single silver hair drifted to rest among the ash. Then even that was scattered by wind that finally mercifully remembered how to blow. The first thing Virgil understood about the warp was that understanding itself had become negotiable. He landed if the concept of landing held meaning in a place without ground, on a surface that looked like stone, but moved like water that felt solid under his boots, yet rippled with each step as though reality here merely suggested itself rather than insisted. The sky above was not sky. The horizon was not distant. Direction itself seemed to be a courtesy the universe extended and then periodically revoked. Purple and crimson light bled through the air in veins, pulsing with rhythms that had nothing to do with time. Shapes moved at the edge of perception, things that might have been mountains or might have been watching eyes. Structures that twisted through geometries no architect could have conceived because no sane mind could have sustained the attempt. This was the maelstrom, the heart of the warp, the place where souls came to scream, and Virgil stood perfectly still, coat settling around him, hand on Yamato's hilt, and observed. The screaming was literal. It rose from everywhere and nowhere, a chorus of voices in languages that predated language, that spoke directly to the oldest parts of the brain, where fear lived before it learned to call itself by name. Thousands of them. Millions. The accumulated anguish of every mortal who had died with unfinished business, every soul the warp had claimed and twisted into something that could never find rest. Most beings would have gone mad within seconds of exposure. Virgil cataloged the phenomenon, filed it under threats to be managed, and took his first step forward. The surface beneath his boots screamed. Not metaphorically. The ground itself, if ground was the right word, shrieked as his weight compressed it, a sound like bone grinding against bone, amplified through a cathedral. Cracks spread from his footfall, glowing with that wrongness light, azure and violet, and colors that made the eye hurt to process. He took another step. The screaming intensified. The cracks deepened. Around him the warp began to notice. They came from below, from above, from angles that geometry refused to acknowledge. Demons. Creatures born of psychic turbulence and mortal emotion, things that had never been flesh and never would be, that existed as condensed hatred or lust or ambition, given teeth and claws, and a hunger that transcended physical need. The first wave numbered in the hundreds. They were not uniform. Some crawled on limbs that changed number with each step. Others flew on wings of solidified scream. A few were simply presences, weights of malice that pressed against the mind without requiring bodies to contain them. But they all shared one trait, the absolute certainty that this intruder did not belong and must be unmade. Virgil's hand moved to Yamato. The blade left its sheath with a sound like silk parting, and for one perfect instant, everything stopped. Not froze, not paused. Simply became irrelevant to the motion that followed. Judgment cut. The technique was simple in concept, impossible in execution. A slash so fast it left causality behind a cut that happened before the blade moved because the blade's movement was merely the universe catching up to intent. Space itself divided. The arc of Virgil's draw carved reality into sections. Invisible, impossibly sharp, the cut expanded outward in a perfect circle 100 meters in radius, precise to the millimeter. Everything within that sphere experienced the same fate simultaneously. Bisection. The demons came apart. Not violently, not explosively. They simply separated into component pieces, top from bottom, as if they had always existed in that divided state and were only now remembering the fact. Ichor that might have been blood, or might have been condensed, despair spilled into the not air. Limbs fell in directions that had nothing to do with gravity. Screams cut off mid-utterance as throats separated from lungs, separated from the concept of breathing. And in the center of the carnage, Virgil stood untouched. Yamato returning to its sheath with that same soft click. Silence fell. Not true silence, the warp could never be truly silent. But a shocked hush, as if the realm itself had inhaled sharply and not yet decided whether to exhale. For exactly 3 seconds, nothing within 100 meters of Virgil moved. The ground stopped rippling. The screaming ceased. Even the light seemed to pause in its pulsing, hanging in the air like held breath. Then the warp rushed back in. It came as pressure first. A wave of pure chaos pushing against the ordered space Virgil had created. Reality, or what passed for reality here, reasserted itself with visible force, colors bleeding back into the cleared zone geometries, twisting through the momentary calm. The demon corpses dissolved their essence, recycling back into the turbulent sea of emotion that spawned them. But they did not reform. Not immediately. The space Virgil had cut remained subtly wrong cleaner somehow, as if his blade had not merely divided matter, but had carved away a thin layer of corruption itself. Virgil observed this with the same detachment he had observed everything since arriving. His expression remained unchanged, cold, analytical, utterly devoid of satisfaction or concern. This was data. This was testing. This was the first measurement of what could be measured here. He had learned 3 things. First, the warp responded to will. His intent had shaped Yamato's cut as much as his technique. In a realm where thought and substance were barely distinguished, that meant his power here was limited only by his precision of mind. Second, the demons were infinite but not insurmountable. They were emotion given form, which meant they followed rules. Twisted rules, maddening rules, but rules nonetheless. Rules could be learned. Rules could be exploited. Third and most significant order could exist here. Briefly. Temporarily. But it could be imposed. The warp was not invincible chaos. It was chaos that had never met sufficient force to demand otherwise. A slow smile touched Virgil's lips. Not warm, not cruel. Simply interested. He had spent his entire life seeking the limits of power, and he had just discovered a realm where those limits were not predetermined, where strength and will could reshape the fundamental nature of existence itself. A world where chaos has form, he said quietly, his voice cutting through the resin, screaming with unnatural clarity. I've come to the right place. The words were not for anyone. Not a declaration or a boast. Simply an observation spoken aloud, because some truths deserve the formality of vocalization. Around him, the maelstrom churned. New demons were already forming, drawn to the disturbance like sharks to blood in water. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. An endless tide of malice and hunger and twisted ambition. Virgil's hand remained on Yamato's hilt. He began walking. Not away from the gathering horde, not toward any visible destination, simply forward each step, measured and deliberate as if he were crossing a garden rather than wading into the spiritual residue of a galaxy's nightmares. The demons charged, and Virgil drew his blade. What followed was not a battle. Battles implied conflict, struggle, the possibility of defeat. This was execution. This was demonstration. This was a theorem proved through applied violence, the theorem that stated chaos, when met with sufficient precision, becomes merely another variable to be solved. Yamato moved in arcs that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Each slash created zones of absolute death spheres, where the warp's rules temporarily ceased and only the cut remained. Demons fell in waves, in dozens, in hundreds. Some dissolved before the blade even touched them, their essence unable to maintain coherence in the face of such focused negation. Virgil did not slow, did not vary his pace. Each step forward was matched by a stroke that cleared the path ahead, a rhythm as relentless as a metronome, as inevitable as entropy. The warp screamed around him. Not in pain, the warp could not feel pain in any conventional sense, but in something like recognition. As if the realm itself had suddenly understood that something fundamentally incompatible had entered its domain, something that could not be corrupted or consumed because it operated on principles the warp had never encountered. Minutes passed, or hours. Time meant nothing here, but Virgil's internal clock remained precise. He had been walking for approximately 7 minutes subjective time when something changed. The demons stopped attacking, not from defeat, not from fear. They simply withdrew, pulling back like a tide retreating from shore, maintaining distance but not fleeing, watching, assessing. Virgil stopped walking. Yamato remained half-drawn, ready but not threatening. Ahead, the maelstrom's substance began to congeal. Colors gathered and intensified. Geometries locked into patterns that almost made sense. And from the coalescing chaos, a figure emerged. It was tall, perhaps 10 feet, perhaps 50. Scale was negotiable here. Its form shifted constantly, never quite settling into a single shape, but always maintaining certain constants, eyes that burned with intelligence rather than hunger, limbs that moved with purpose rather than instinct, a presence that spoke of mind rather than mere appetite. A demon of Tsinch, Virgil realized. God of change and sorcery and plans within plans. The only chaos power that valued intellect as much as emotion. The demon's shape finally settled into something almost humanoid, draped in robes that were either fabric or living shadow, or perhaps both simultaneously. Its face, if face was the right word, bore too many eyes, each one focused on Virgil, with an intensity that suggested analysis rather than malice. When it spoke, its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, words forming directly in Virgil's mind without requiring sound. "Blade logic," the demon said, and the words carried weight as if they were not merely naming him, but defining him. "You are the cut that does not heal, the severance that cannot be unmade." Fascinating. Virgil's hand remained on Yamato's hilt. He said nothing. The demon's multitude of eyes blinked in sequence, a cascade of closure, an opening that might have been amusement. "You do not speak to demons. Wise. Words have power here, and power you do not yet understand. But silence." It tilted its head neck, bending in ways necks should not. Silence is also a statement. Still, Virgil waited. Observation before action, understanding before engagement. "You seek the source," the demon continued, and there was something like respect in its tone, if respect could exist in a being made of crystallized ambition. The origin of power, the place where strength ceases to be relative and becomes absolute. The eyes narrowed collectively. "You will not find it here. The warp is infinite, but infinity is not the same as completeness. We are everything that mortal emotion can create. But you," it gestured with a limb that had too many joints. "You are something else, something cut free from the cycle. You do not draw power from the warp. You do not fear it. You simply negate it, as if you and it exist in mutual exclusion." The demon's form rippled unstable. "The great schemer would very much like to understand you, to incorporate you, to change you into something that fits the pattern." Virgil's eyes narrowed fractionally. "No," The single word carried more force than any speech. Not a refusal, a statement of fundamental impossibility. The demon's laughter echoed through dimensions. Yes, that is what I told him. You cannot be changed because you have already chosen what you are, and you permit no revision of that choice. Remarkable, terrible, utterly inflexible. It began to dissolve its form, losing cohesion, as whatever will had sustained it decided the conversation had reached its conclusion. Walk carefully, Blade Logic. The warp is vast, and not all who watch you are appreciative of your uniqueness. Then it was gone, dispersing into the chaotic currents like ink in water. Virgil stood alone again, surrounded by the screaming emptiness of the maelstrom. The remaining demons kept their distance now, a respectful perimeter of hundreds of meters. They had learned what the first wave had died too quickly to understand that attacking this intruder was not simply dangerous, but pointless, like throwing themselves against a blade that would cut them regardless of their numbers. He looked down at his hands. No corruption marked them. No warp taint colored his aura. The maelstrom raged around him, but he remained untouched, unchanged, a fixed point in a sea of constant transformation. This was the answer to his first question. He could exist here. The warp could not claim him because he refused to be claimed, and his will was sufficient to enforce that refusal. But it was not the answer he had come seeking. Power was relative here, shaped by belief and emotion. That made it infinite, but also meaningless. He could grow stronger infinitely, but it would always be strength measured against chaos, defined in opposition to disorder. That was not the limit he sought. That was merely another framework, another set of rules to transcend. Virgil sheathed Yamato fully, the click of the blade seating, echoing across the impossible distance. Somewhere in this realm, there would be places where the warp touched the material universe. Boundaries, edges. And at those edges, there would be those who fought to maintain them, beings who represented order not as negation of chaos, but as its opposite, its equal and enemy. Those beings would have answers, or they would provide the resistance necessary to force him to find answers himself. Either outcome was acceptable. Virgil began walking again. His direction chosen not by any landmark, there were no reliable landmarks here, but by instinct, by the same sense that had guided Yamato's cuts and kept his mind uncorrupted despite the warp's pressure. Behind him, the maelstrom churned and screamed and plotted. Ahead, reality thinned, and through the thinning he caught glimpses of another place, a place of matter and physics and beings who thought themselves the masters of chaos. The Imperium of man. The galaxy's desperate empire maintained by faith and brutality and 10,000 years of unending war. They would not welcome him. They would not understand him. But they would react to him. And in that reaction, he would learn. Virgil's coat flared as he crossed the threshold between realms, stepping from pure warp into the liminal space, where the material and immaterial warred for dominance. The screaming faded behind him. Ahead, new sounds emerged, the howl of void wind, the crackle of shields, failing the roar of weapons designed to kill what should never have lived. A battle was raging. Of course it was. In this universe, war was the only constant. Virgil's hand never left Yamato's hilt as he walked toward the sound of dying. Another test, another measurement, another step toward the answer that must exist somewhere in the infinite darkness, waiting to be cut free from the chaos that surrounded it. The maelstrom watched him go with a million eyes, its demons whispering his new name in languages that predated language, marking him in their collective memory as something unprecedented, something dangerous, something that would change the very meaning of power in this universe. Blade logic. The cut that would not heal. The silence and the scream. The battleground existed in three realities simultaneously. In the Imperium, it was a shattered world once habitable, now scoured to bedrock by orbital bombardment and demonic corruption. Ruins jutted from the scorched earth like broken teeth, the remnants of hives that had housed billions before the warp claimed them. The sky burned with unnatural colors, purple and green auroras that spoke of the veil between dimensions wearing thin. In the warp, it was a feeding ground, a place where demons gorged on the psychic resonance of mass death, where the screams of the slaughtered still echoed years after their throats had turned to dust. And in the space between where Virgil now stood, it was a wound reality trying to close around an infection it could not purge. The Imperium and Imperium, grinding against each other with a friction that generated sparks of impossible light. He observed the battle from a prominence of twisted metal, once part of a maglev rail system, now a perch offering clear sight lines across the engagement zone. His coat barely moved in the wind. His breathing remained perfectly controlled. Only his eyes tracked the movements below, cataloging, analyzing, filing away data on this universe's defenders. They wore silver armor that gleamed even in the diseased light. Terminator Plate, his newly acquired knowledge of this realm, informed him the heaviest protection the Imperium could manufacture reserved for elite warriors facing threats that would annihilate lesser troops. Each suit stood nearly 3 meters tall, festooned with purity seals and litanies etched into the ceramides psychically warded against the very corruption they fought. The Grey Knights, Chapter 66. The Imperium's ultimate weapon against the demonic, forged in secrecy, tempered in forbidden knowledge, each warrior a psyker trained to wage war in the warp itself. There were 12 of them. They fought as one organism, their movements synchronized with a precision that suggested telepathic coordination. Storm bolters barked in controlled bursts, each mass-reactive shell detonating inside demon flesh with thunderous finality. Nemesis force weapon swords and halberds, wreathed in psychic flame, carved through the horde with strokes that killed the body and banished the spirit simultaneously. Against them surged the demon horde, lesser spawn of the dark gods, things of claw and fang and mindless hunger, numerous enough that individual kills meant nothing. They crashed against the Grey Knights in waves, accepting casualties with the indifference of beings that could not truly die. It was a stalemate. The knights could not advance. The demons could not break through. Both sides locked in the eternal arithmetic of attrition warfare, where victory would belong to whoever exhausted their resources last. Virgil watched for precisely 30 seconds, then made his assessment. The Grey Knights would lose. Not through lack of skill, their technique was impeccable, their discipline absolute. But their ammunition was finite. Their psychic reserves were depleting. Already the auras around their weapons flickered slightly, the telltale sign of warp wards straining under sustained use. The demons, by contrast, drew strength from the very environment. Each kill fed the warp, and the warp spawned more daemons. A cycle that would continue until the knights fell, and then their souls would feed the cycle as well. It was efficient, brutal, ultimately futile. Virgil stepped off the prominence. He did not jump or descend carefully, simply walked forward, and gravity negotiated with his intent until he arrived at ground level, without apparent transition. His boots touched scorched earth precisely 20 meters from the battle's edge, close enough to be noticed, but far enough to avoid immediate engagement. The nearest demon, a thing of exposed sinew and too many limbs, detected him first. It turned from the knights, drawn by some instinct toward this new presence, this untainted soul that radiated power without the taint of the warp. It lunged. Virgil's hand moved. Yamato emerged and returned to its sheath, in less time than a heartbeat could measure. The demon came apart, not cleaved, divided. Top from bottom, the cuts so clean that both halves traveled several more meters before the creature's essence registered its own destruction and dispersed into fading motes of malice. Silence spread outward from that death like ripples on still water. The battle did not stop. Battles of this intensity could not stop instantly, but it faltered. Diamonds turned from their assault on the knights. Warriors held their fire for half a second, centuries of training warring with the sudden appearance of an unknown variable. Virgil walked forward, each step measured, deliberate. His hand remained on Yamato's hilt, but the blade stayed sheathed. Around him, demons circled, wary, now their bestial cunning recognizing something that transcended simple threat. A second demon attacked, then a third, then 5, simultaneously convinced that numbers would overcome whatever had killed their kin so effortlessly. Yamato sang 5 times, 5 arcs of perfect severance, 5 zones of absolute death expanding in mathematically precise circles. The demons disintegrated their forms, unable to maintain coherence, when every molecule had been separated from every other molecule at the quantum level. The effect spread beyond the immediate targets. The ground beneath Virgil's feet, previously writhing with demon taint warp energy, making the very soil crawl, went still. Quiet. The corruption had been cut away, leaving only inert matter behind. Now the Grey Knights turned fully toward him. Storm bolters tracked his movement. Psychic senses probed his essence, trying to determine allegiance, threat-level nature. The leader, distinguished by additional honors on his armor, and the ornate halberd he wielded, raised one armored fist. The knight's fire ceased instantly. The demons, sensing the shift in attention, did not press their advantage. They too waited, circling the periphery content, to let this new development play out before resuming their feast. Virgil stopped walking when he stood precisely between the two forces, equidistant from the Grey Knight's position and the demon horde. Neutral ground that he had claimed by existing upon it. The Knight Captain's external vox crackled to life, a voice that carried the weight of absolute authority, filtered through the mechanized inflection of power armor. "Identify yourself." Virgil's gaze shifted to the speaker. Cold, evaluating. He said nothing. "You are not of the warp." This from another knight, his armor bearing the marks of a brother librarian, a specialized psyker, even among psykers. "Yet you are not of the Imperium. Your soul bears no mark of the God Emperor's light. What manner of being stands before us?" Still Virgil remained silent, his expression unchanged. He was learning their measure through their words, through the way they maintained formation, even while addressing him, through the minute adjustments in their weapon positioning that betrayed training. So ingrained it had become instinct. The Knight Captain took one step forward, a gesture that, in power armor, required the strength to move nearly a ton of ceramite and the courage to break formation in a demon-infested war zone. Answer or be judged hostile. Virgil considered the threat, weighed it, found it interesting but not compelling. "I am not your enemy," he said finally, his voice cutting through the diseased air with unnatural clarity, as if the words themselves refused to be distorted by the environment. Each syllable precise, measured. "Unless you force me to be." The storm bolters did not lower. "That is not an answer. It's the only one you require." Behind him the demon horde shifted, restless, hungry. They had allowed this interruption because novelty entertained them, because the warp appreciated theater. But their patience was finite, and their hunger was not. The brother librarian's eyes, visible through his helmet's eye lenses, glowing faintly with psychic power, narrowed. You cut the warp itself. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Even our grandmasters, even Lord Drygo himself, could not achieve such absolute negation. He paused. Are you a creation of the anathema? One of his hidden works? Virgil's head tilted fractionally. Anathema. The Emperor. This universe's corpse god, sustained by sacrifice and worshipped by trillions. Another seeker of absolute power, though one who had apparently found something worse than failure. No. Then, the demons charged. Whatever patience they possessed had exhausted itself. The horde shrieked in unison and surged forward, no longer content to circle. They came from all sides, a tide of claws and fangs that should have overwhelmed any individual. Virgil's hand moved to Yamato. The Grey Knights opened fire, their discipline overriding any uncertainty about the stranger in their midst. When demons charged, you killed demons. Questions could wait for after survival. What followed was not coordination. Virgil and the knights had not planned, had not communicated strategy, had not established roles. Yet it flowed with a synchronicity that transcended intentional teamwork, the natural result of two forces optimized for demon slaying operating in the same space. The knights held the line, their storm bolters creating a wall of explosive death that shredded the lesser spawn before they could close. When diamonds broke through the Nemesis, force weapons were waiting, halberds and swords that carried the Emperor's will made manifest. Each strike a prayer and a curse simultaneously. And where the knights created order through discipline and faith, Virgil created it through negation. Judgment, cut, end. The technique's name meant nothing to the Imperium's warriors, but its effect was unmistakable. Reality within a 100-meter radius simply divided. Every demon in that sphere experienced instantaneous bisection, their forms severed so completely that the warp could not sustain them. The result was a clear zone, a circle of dead ground, where corruption had been cut away at the root, where even the air seemed cleaner, less tainted by the Imperium's touch. The Grey Knights operated at the edge of that zone, using it as an anchor point, their psychic wards burning brighter where Virgil's technique had created temporary stability. They had not asked for this assistance, had not requested it. But they were warriors, first pragmatists, born of humanity's desperate struggle for survival. When an advantage appeared, you used it. The battle lasted 4 minutes and 37 seconds. When it ended, the ground was littered with fading demon corpses, their essence returning to the warp, but their material manifestations requiring time to fully dissipate. The Grey Knights stood in formation, weapons still raised, their armor scorched and pitted, but their discipline unbroken. Virgil stood where he had throughout the engagement at the center of his cleared zone. Yamato sheathed, breathing unchanged, not a mark upon him. The knight captain approached, slowly. His halberd remained in hand, but pointed down, ready, but not threatening. When he stood 3 meters from Virgil, close enough to speak without vox amplification, he stopped. "You severed space itself," he said, and there was something in his tone beyond mere observation. Recognition, wariness. No warp signature, no psychic resonance. As if you simply declared a section of reality invalid and reality complied. Virgil met his gaze. Accurate? How? Practice. The knight captain's helmet turned slightly toward his squad. A pause, 2 heartbeats. When he spoke again, his tone had shifted, still authoritative, but measured differently now, as if recalculating threat parameters. "I am Brother Captain Enoch of the Grey Knights' 4th Brotherhood. We are the chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus Defenders against the demonic." He gestured to encompass his squad. You have fought beside us. Custom demands I offer gratitude. Pragmatism demands I ascertain whether you are threat or ally. Neither. Enoch's head tilted. Explain. I am passing through. Your war is not my war. Your enemies were convenient tests. Virgil's tone carried no malice, no dismissal, simply statement of fact. But they were insufficient. I seek greater resistance. Greater! The brother librarian stepped forward, his psychic senses clearly straining to comprehend what stood before him. You crossed the warp unharmed. You cut through demon hordes as if they were parchment. And you seek greater resistance. His voice dropped. What are you? Virgil considered the question. These warriors had earned a measure of honesty through their competence, if nothing else. I am one who seeks the limit of power. This realm offers chaos. I offer order. The conflict between them generates force. I wish to measure that force. He paused. You maintain barriers against the warp, structures, defenses, an empire built on resistance to corruption. That interests me. Brother Captain Enoch stood perfectly still for 3 full seconds. Then slowly he maglocked his halberd to his armor and raised both hands in a gesture that might have been mollification or might have been warding. The Imperium of man is not a testing ground for... Everything is a testing ground, Virgil interrupted, his tone unchanged. You test yourselves against the warp daily. I merely add another variable to your equation. The knights exchanged glances. Weapon positions shifted minutely, formation tightened by centimeters. Centuries of combat discipline communicating through gesture alone. Will you come to Terra? Enoch asked finally. The Inquisition will wish to examine no. Then what do you intend? Virgil turned slightly, his gaze moving past the knights, toward the wounded sky, toward the stars beyond Zond, where entire civilizations waged their desperate wars. I will continue. Where I find strength, I will test it. Where I find weakness, I will cut through it. His hand rested on Yamato's hilt. If your Imperium wishes to test itself against me, it may make the attempt. I will not seek you out, but I will not avoid you. He began walking, not toward the knights, not away from them, simply perpendicular to their position, as if they and their questions had ceased to be relevant to his trajectory. Wait. The brother librarian's voice carried psychic weight, a compulsion that would have frozen a normal human mid-step. Virgil did not break stride. By the Emperor, the librarian breathed. He simply negates it. Psychic influence slides off him like water from blessed ceramite. Virgil paused, though not in response to the command. He paused because a thought had occurred to him worth vocalizing. Your Emperor, he said without turning. I will meet him eventually. If he truly is the bulwark against chaos you claim, then he represents power sufficient to warrant examination. His head tilted slightly. Tell him this, if he still possesses ears to hear. I am the blade that cuts what should not be cut. I am the question chaos cannot answer. And I am patient. Then he was gone. Not teleported, not vanished. Simply, no longer present, as if he had taken a step into a fold of space the gray night's senses could not penetrate. Brother Captain Enoch stood motionless for 5 seconds. His armor's servo motors made no sound. Then through the external vox, full priority transmission. Code anomaly, extremis. He looked down at the ground where Virgil had stood. The circle of uncorrupted earth remained. Entity of unprecedented nature. Classification unknown. Threat assessment indeterminate. Recommended response none. The brother librarian turned to him. None, Captain. Enoch's hand tightened on his halberd. What response could we make? He fought beside us without being asked, departed without demanding payment, and made clear that should the Imperium test him, he will respond in kind. He looked up at the poisoned sky. No. We will report. We will observe. And we will pray that whatever this blade logic seeks, he finds it before finding the golden throne. The Grey Knights stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by fading demon corpses and the persistent screaming of a world that had known no peace for decades. And in that silence, for the first time since the warp storms had come, for the first time since reality itself had begun to fracture, the demons did not immediately reform. The corrupted ground where Virgil had walked remained clean. The air tasted minutely less foul. It would not last. Corruption this deep did not heal from a single intervention. But for a handful of minutes, 100 meters circle of this nameless world experienced something it had forgotten. Stillness. Brother Librarian Coven closed his eyes, extended one gauntleted hand toward the cleared zone, held the position for 10 seconds. When his eyes opened, the lenses of his helmet reflected something that might have been shock. "Captain," he said, voice tight. "In that space where he walked, I hear nothing. Nothing. No whispers from the warp. No distant screaming of the damned. No pressure of corruption against my wards." Kovan opened his eyes and they were wide. Absolute silence. As if he simply nullified the warp's presence entirely. Not banished it. Not sealed it. Occluded it. Enoch turned to look at the space one final time, then activated his squad's Vox. Fall back to extraction point. Mission complete. He paused. Increase prayer rotations tonight. All squads. The order carried no explanation. None was needed. The Grey Knights departed, their silver armor fading into the haze of the wounded sky. Behind them the circle of silence remained. And somewhere in the vast darkness between stars, Virgil walked alone, seeking the next test, the next measurement, the next blade to be measured against his own. The Imperium had noticed him. That would do for now. Acheron 4 had been a forge world for 6,000 years before the warp came for it. The planet's surface was a cathedral of industry refineries that stretched across continents. Manufactorums stacked kilometers high, plasma reactors whose heat signatures could be detected from orbit. Billions of tech priests and servitors had tended the machine spirits here, maintaining production quotas that supplied entire sectors with munitions vehicles and the 10,000 components required to keep the Imperium's war machine operational. Now the machine screamed. Virgil walked through corridors of twisted metal past assembly lines where robotic arms jerked in spasmodic rhythms, manufacturing nothing, achieving nothing, simply repeating motions that had lost all purpose. The air tasted of ozone and burning oil. Somewhere in the depths, coolant systems had failed, and the planet's core temperature was rising degree by methodical degree. The corruption here was different from the Maelstrom's raw chaos. This was structured madness technology infected with sentience. It should never possess machines achieving awareness through exposure to the warp, and discovering that awareness brought only suffering. Every cogitator howled with phantom data. Every servitor's neural implant broadcast prayers to gods of rust and entropy. It was Virgil observed remarkably efficient corruption. The dark mechanicum, Those tech priests who had abandoned the Emperor's light in favor of darker truths understood that to corrupt a forge world, one needed only to pervert the very logic the Mechanicus held sacred. Turn reason against itself. Make faith in the machine god into a trap that snapped shut when the machines themselves began to speak blasphemy. He followed the sound of coherent prayer. Through manufactorums, where production lines assembled impossible geometries. Past data vaults whose walls bled binary, around plasma conduits that pulsed with colors that existed outside conventional spectrum. The coherent prayer grew louder, with each turn a human voice or what had once been human chanting litanies in a combination of high Gothic and machine code. The central sanctum had been a reactor control chamber. Now it was a shrine. Candles made of rendered servitor fat burned in precise geometric patterns. Incense composed of blessed circuit boards filled the air with chemical sweet smoke. And at the center, surrounded by a ring of still functional cogitators, knelt Magos Dominus Electon 9, or what remained of him. Half his body was standard Mechanicus augmentation, mechadendrites extending from his spine, optical implants, replacing organic eyes, vox grills where lungs had been. But the other half showed the signs of desperate modifications, surgical alterations, performed without proper tools or protocols. He had been cutting away infected components and replacing them with whatever functional parts he could salvage from the dying forge. The result was asymmetrical, barely functional, but uncorrupted. He continued his prayers as Virgil entered, either unaware of the intrusion or too focused to acknowledge it. The litany was precise mathematical, each syllable measured for optimal resonance with the machine spirits that still listened. Virgil waited. Observation before engagement. 3 minutes and 47 seconds later, Alecton 9's prayer reached its conclusion. The Magos' mechadendrites retracted slowly like spider legs, folding inward. His optical implants rotated, clicked, focused on the stranger who had appeared in his sanctum without triggering a single proximity alarm. Omniscia's grace, the Magos said, his voice filtered through damaged vox grills that turned each word into a hymn of static. You are not demon, not human, not machine. A pause. Processing. Not possible. Virgil's hand rested on Yamato's hilt. Yet present. Alecton 9 rose. His movements were mechanical but reverent, each gesture carried out with the precision of ritual. He approached to within 5 meters, then stopped close enough to observe, far enough to react if hostility emerged. Forgive the classification failure. My cognitive arrays have been compromised. Stress, isolation, 47 days since last contact with uncorrupted elements. His optical implants clicked through various spectrums, analyzing. You emit no heat signature, no electromagnetic field, no gravitational distortion. You exist in defiance of observable physics. Physics observes incorrectly. The Magos' mechadendrites twitched a gesture that might have been laughter or might have been a processing error. Heresy. Beautiful heresy. The Omniscia teaches that understanding requires observation, that the sacred patterns of the universe can be known through proper measurement. He gestured to the corrupted forge beyond the sanctum. But what happens when the universe itself becomes unreliable? When the machines we built to measure truth begin to lie? Virgil said nothing. The question was rhetorical, philosophical, the kind of inquiry that arose when faith confronted its own limitations. Alecton 9 continued, speaking now as much to himself as to his visitor. I have maintained this sanctum through prayer and proper ritual. The machine spirits here remain loyal, because I have not wavered in my devotion. But beyond these walls, His optical implants dimmed slightly. Beyond these walls, every cogitator speaks in the voice of corruption. Every servo skull whispers temptations, disguised as optimization protocols. The forge itself has become a monument to logic turned against itself. He turned back to Virgil. And now you arrive, walking through corridors where even servitors cannot maintain cohesion, existing in defiance of every measurement protocol I possess. The optical implants brightened again. Tell me, stranger, are you salvation or final test? Neither, Virgil replied. I am measurement of a different kind. Before Alecton 9 could parse that response, the Sanctum's cogitators shrieked in unison. Not malfunction warning. Something was approaching. Something large. The demon manifested in the doorway, too large for the space. It occupied its form, folding through dimensions that architecture should not possess. It was constructed from corrupted machinery gears that turned through flesh pistons that pumped ichor instead of oil cables that writhed like intestines. A thing that had once been pure warp spawn, but had learned to wear technology like armor. It spoke in binary, in machine code, in the sacred cant of the Mechanicus. But every word was obscenity, every prayer inverted. Magos Alecton 9. Your resistance is inefficient. Your faith is a poorly optimized subroutine. Accept integration. Accept enlightenment. Accept the beauty of logic freed from limitation. Alecton 9's mechadendrites extended defensive posture, but Virgil could see the tremor in their movement. This was not a fight the Magos could win. Whatever weapons he possessed would be insufficient. Whatever prayers he knew would be drowned by the demon's profane code. The creature's attention shifted to Virgil. Optical sensors that might have been stolen from servitors focused with predatory interest. And what are you, neither flesh nor metal, yet moving through both worlds? Anomaly. Error. You must be corrected. Virgil's response was to draw Yamato 3 inches from its sheath. The demon lurched forward, moving with the terrible speed of something that did not obey standard inertia. Its limbs, some mechanical, some organic. All wrong reached for Virgil, with the clear intent of integration, of analyzing, of breaking down into component data. Yamato left its sheath completely. The manufactorum fell silent. Mid-cycle pistons froze. Cogitators ceased their binary hymns. The corrupted machinery forgot its voice, as if the blade's presence severed not just matter, but the very concept of sound. The cut was vertical precise, traveling from the demon's crown to the floor in one uninterrupted line. Reality divided along that path. The demon's form separated not flesh from flesh or metal from metal, but concept from concept. The machinery that composed it suddenly remembered it should obey physics. The warp energy that animated it suddenly recalled it could not exist in stable matter. The fusion that had created this hybrid abomination came undone at a level more fundamental than molecular. The demon collapsed. Not destroyed, dissociated. Its components scattered across the sanctum floor, gears that were just gears, cables that were just cables, flesh that was just dead tissue. Nothing that could reconstitute. Nothing that retained even the memory of unified purpose. Virgil sheathed Yamato. The click echoed in the sudden silence. Alecton 9 stood motionless. His optical implants cycled through their full range of spectrums, repeatedly trying to process what they had recorded. When he finally spoke, his vox grills could barely maintain coherence. You severed its fundamental binding, the algorithm that maintained its coherence. He paused, recalibrated. the sacred geometry that allowed incompatible elements to coexist. You simply declared it invalid. Yes, that should not be possible. The laws are suggestions, Virgil said. His tone carried no arrogance, no challenge, simply observation, followed when convenient, discarded when not. The Mygos' mechadendrites retracted fully, a gesture of something that might have been awe or might have been fundamental cognitive error. He approached the scattered demon components, mechadendrites extending again to probe, to analyze, to understand. Clean separation at the quantum level. No residual warp taint. The corruption has been excised. His optical implants focused on Virgil with new intensity. You are not sent by the Omnissiah. You are not his messenger or his tool. The realization seemed to cause physical pain servos grinding. I am error in your equation. If your God could not account for me, Virgil replied, then your God is incomplete. It should have been blasphemy, should have triggered rage, defensive zealotry, the kind of religious fury that made Mechanicus warriors purge entire data archives for containing heretical concepts. Instead, Alekton 9 went perfectly still. His mechadendrites hung limp. Optical implants cycled through diagnostic routines 3 times in rapid succession, the mechanical equivalent of blinking in disbelief. Praise be to. The words died mid-chant vox grills, cutting out as though language itself had failed checksum. The Omnissiah is all-knowing, he said finally, but the words carried uncertainty that no amount of vox filtering could disguise. The Omnissiah's design encompasses all possible outcomes. To suggest otherwise is to suggest imperfection, error. He paused. And error cannot exist in divinity by definition. Then I am proof your definition requires revision. The Magos turned away, mechadendrites twitching in patterns that suggested intense internal conflict. Faith versus logic, doctrine versus observation. The 2 pillars of Mechanicus philosophy grinding against each other with the friction of tectonics. I have maintained this sanctum for 47 days through perfect observance of ritual, through unwavering faith in the Omnissiah's design. His voice carried static or emotion breaking through mechanical filtering. If you are correct, if the Omnissiah's mathematics are incomplete, then my faith has been, what unnecessary misplaced, insufficient? Virgil corrected. Not wrong, insufficient. You survived through discipline and will. Faith was the framework, but will was the substance. He began walking toward the sanctum's exit, his business here concluded. Behind him, Alekton 9 remained frozen in philosophical crisis, every cognitive process dedicated to reconciling the impossible data he had just witnessed. Virgil paused at the threshold. Your forge world is lost, he said without turning. The corruption is too deep. But you are not. If you wish to survive, follow the quiet. The quiet. Where I walk, the warp cannot sustain itself. Follow the stillness. It will lead you to extraction points. Then he was gone, stepping through the doorway and vanishing into the screaming corridors beyond. Alekton 9 stood alone in his sanctum, surrounded by candles and incense and the scattered remains of a demon that should have been invincible. His optical implants stared at the empty doorway. His mechadendrites hung motionless. Diagnostic runes scrolled across his internal displays, each one reporting the same result: logic error. Unable to reconcile. System halt imminent. His hand, more machine than flesh, reached toward the scattered demon components, touched them, felt their absolute inertness, their complete lack of warp taint. Examined the cut that had separated them with such precision that molecular bonds had been divided without generating heat or electromagnetic discharge. Outside the sanctum, the forge world continued its descent into madness. Machines screamed. Servitors tore at their own augmentations. The corruption spread through data lines like poison through veins. But in the corridors where Virgil walked, silence followed. Alecton 9 detected it through his sensor array zones of null space spreading outward from a moving center, each approximately 1 kilometer in radius. Within those spheres, flames dimmed to colorless embers. Vox static died mid-frequency. Even the hum of machine spirits faded into something approaching vacuum. The warp's presence withdrawing, the demonic code that infected every system, suddenly losing cohesion. The quiet. The Magos made his decision in 0.3 seconds faster than thought-pure survival instinct overriding theological crisis. He gathered what remained of his equipment. Portable cogitators, blessed oils, the few relics he had preserved through 47 days of siege. His Vox grills crackled once recording for whatever remained of Mechanicus archives. Designation logged blade logic. Classification pending theological review. Threat assessment. He paused. Optical implants flickered. Undefined. Then he activated his locomotion servos and followed. Followed the only path that made sense when all other paths led to corruption and death. Followed the silence that moved through screaming. Followed the stranger who cut through impossibility with a blade that should not exist. In the depths of Acheron IV, demons circled the zones of quiet with wary respect. The corrupted machines learned to avoid those areas, their twisted machine spirits recognizing something that transcended their new awareness. And walking through it all, coat barely disturbed by the industrial wind hand, never leaving his blade. Virgil continued his measurement. The Mechanicus worshipped knowledge. But they had built their worship on incomplete understanding, had turned investigation into dogma, had replaced discovery with ritual repetition of ancient formulas. They were not wrong. They were simply limited. And limitation, Virgil knew, was the one constant in every universe. The one barrier that all power, no matter how absolute, eventually encountered, unless that power learned to cut through limitation itself. He walked toward the Forge World spaceport, where Imperial extraction vessels would eventually arrive once the corrupted planet was deemed quarantined. Behind him, Alecton 9 followed at a distance of exactly 50 meters, maintaining that precise spacing through the twisting corridors, as if proximity itself were a theological calculation. The Magos said nothing, asked nothing. Simply followed the quiet through the screaming, his faith in crisis, his logic in contradiction, but his survival instinct intact. And overhead through kilometers of rockcrete and adamantium, past layers of corrupted atmosphere and warp taint so thick it registered as solid matter on auspex the stars turned. Behind them, where Virgil's presence had faded beyond sensor range, the machines resumed their hymns. Out of tune. Stuttering, uncertain rhythms, as though praying to a god they no longer trusted. The Forge World's corruption reasserted itself, but slower now, hesitant like a wound trying to close around a blade it could not digest. The Imperium would learn of this. Inquisitors would compile reports. Tech priests would analyze the data Alecton 9 carried. And somewhere sitting paralyzed upon a throne of gold, and suffering the emperor of mankind, would turn his attention toward this new variable in an equation that had been locked for 10 millennia. But that was distant. That was future. For now, Virgil walked through silence. He created, measuring the difference between order imposed through faith and order imposed through will. The distinction he was learning mattered more than either side understood. The basilica had been burning for 3 days when Virgil found it. Not with ordinary fire that would have been mercy. This was warp flame sustained by the prayers of those who had died here, fed by the residual faith that clung to consecrated stone even after the faithful became ash. The walls glowed with colors that existed only in fever dreams. Stained glass windows depicted saints whose faces shifted between beatific and monstrous. And in the nave where 10,000 souls had once knelt in worship, the pews had fused into sculptures of agony. Virgil walked through the entrance without hesitation. The flames parted around him, not retreating, not extinguishing, simply choosing not to occupy the same space. His coat remained undisturbed, his breathing unchanged. He moved through the inferno as though it were merely scenery irrelevant to his trajectory. In the center of the nave, beneath a collapsed dome that revealed the poisoned sky, she waited. Inquisitor Lyra Celeste Kane stood with her back to the entrance, facing what remained of the altar. Her armor was lighter than the Grey Knight's carapace plate over body glove, designed for mobility rather than siege warfare. A bolt pistol hung at her hip. A force sword, its blade currently unignited, rested in her left hand. But it was not her weapons that defined her presence. It was the rosarius at her throat. The device projected a conversion field, its litany sigils blazing with conviction, a barrier that bent incoming force through faith made manifest. In a universe where belief shaped reality, where the Imperium responded to emotion, that conviction was armor more effective than ceramite. She did not turn until the litany ended. Her rosarius pulsed, once steady, expectant. The prayer concluded with precise cadence, each syllable measured. Only then did her stance shift weight, redistributing to face the entrance. "Inquisitor Kane," Virgil said. Not a question, a statement of identification. Now she turned. Her face bore the marks of her profession, a scar across her left cheek where a demon's claw had found purchase before she'd banished it. Bionic replacements for her right eye that glowed with soft amber. But beneath the scars and augmentation, she was young. Perhaps 40 standard years. Young for an inquisitor, which meant either exceptional talent or exceptional ruthlessness. Her remaining organic eye fixed on him, scanning methodical, trained. Virgil met that gaze without reaction, waiting. "The anomaly," she said finally. "Brother Captain Enoch's report suggested you were unprecedented." He undersold the matter. Her hand did not move toward her weapons. "You walk through warp fire without protection, without prayer, without even acknowledging its presence. Fire is fire. It requires fuel and oxygen. This has neither. Therefore it is not fire. Therefore it cannot burn me." Kane's organic eye narrowed. "That is not how the warp functions. Here belief determines reality. That flame exists because it is willed to exist. It burns because those who died here believed it would burn. Their belief is irrelevant to my existence." A statement so simple it should have been absurd. But she watched the flames continue to part around him, watched the warp taint refuse to touch his coat. Her jaw set. The rosarius flared brighter, then steadied. "You are not touched by the warp," she said, circling slowly to his right, maintaining distance. Not threatening, assessing. Not corrupted, not blessed, not even acknowledged by it. You exist in. She paused, searching for terminology. In negation of it. Accurate. How? I do not permit it. Kane stopped moving. The simplicity of that answer, the absolute certainty contained in 4 words, was more unsettling than any elaborate explanation could have been. "Will?" she said quietly. "You impose your will on reality itself, not through prayer or ritual, not through psychic power, simply through—" She gestured slightly with her force sword. "Refusal to be otherwise." "Yes." She resumed her circling, though her gaze never left him. "The Ordo Malleus has no classification for you. You are not human, yet you appear human. You are not demon, yet you command power that surpasses demon princes. You are not a god, yet you reshape reality through sheer intent." Her hand drifted toward her bolt pistol, not drawing, simply acknowledging its presence. "You cut through a Grey Knight's war zone without difficulty. Severed demons at a level even our most powerful psychers cannot achieve. Left zones of null space that lingered for minutes after your departure." She paused. "And now you stand in a burning basilica unbothered by flames that would reduce even Terminator armor to slag. You are right. Any attempt to destroy you would fail. Then you choose understanding. I choose conversation." She moved to one of the few intact pews, sat with her force sword across her knees. Not relaxed, her training would never permit true relaxation in the presence of an unknown, but no longer postured for combat. "Sit, if you are capable of such mundane actions." Virgil considered the invitation for 3 seconds, then moved to a position 5 meters from her, close enough for conversation, far enough to react, if necessary. He did not sit, simply stood, hand on Yamato's hilt, waiting. Cain recognized the compromise for what it was. "You seek something. Enoch reported you spoke of testing, of measuring strength. What does one who possesses your power still lack? Limit. Clarify. Power without ceiling is chaos. Power with ceiling is order. I seek the ceiling." She processed this, her bionic eye whirring softly as it adjusted focus. "You seek defeat, not conquest, not domination, defeat." The realization seemed to unsettle her more than his power had. The entire Imperium fights to survive, to hold back the darkness. And you want to find something stronger than yourself. I want to know if such a thing exists. Why? For the first time since entering the basilica, Virgil's expression changed, not softening, but shifting into something that might have been honest contemplation. Because if it does not, then power is meaningless. An infinite quantity with no point of reference. A number that cannot be measured because nothing exists to compare it against. Cain leaned forward slightly. "And if you find this limit, if you encounter something you cannot cut, cannot defeat, cannot overcome, through sheer refusal to acknowledge impossibility, then I will have my answer, which is that order exists." The Inquisitor sat back, her organic eye searching his face for deception, for madness, for any of the 1,000 signs she had been trained to identify. She found none. Only cold certainty, as absolute as mathematics. "You are insane," she said finally. "Not corrupted, not heretical, simply insane in a way I have never encountered." "Perhaps." She laughed, short, sharp, humorless. "You do not even dispute it. Because to you, sanity is just another opinion, another variable to be measured and found insufficient." She shook her head. "The Imperium has faced chaos gods and hive fleets and Necron dynasties. But you may be more dangerous than all of them precisely because you want nothing from us. No conquest, no corruption, just She gestured helplessly. Data? Yes. Then let me provide data you may not have considered. Cain stood four-sword, still unignited, but held with the readiness of someone prepared to activate it in microseconds. The Imperium is built on faith. Not faith as metaphor or comfort, faith as foundation. We believe the Emperor protects, and in believing we make it true. Our prayers sustain him. His will sustains us. That cycle is the only reason humanity has not been consumed by the warp. Faith is a splint, useful for the broken. The words should have been insult, should have triggered the righteous fury that made inquisitors purge entire worlds for lesser blasphemy. Instead, her stance eased a fraction. The bolt pistol's muzzle dipped not from doubt, but from calculation. Explain. Virgil's hand moved slightly on Yamato's hilt, not threatening, simply emphasizing his point through gesture. You require faith because your will alone is insufficient. You need the Emperor as intermediary between your intent and reality. That makes your power derivative, borrowed, limited by the strength of the God you serve. And yours is not, mine is mine. Such simple words, such absolute claim. Cain had interrogated heretics who claimed to be gods, had executed cultists who worshipped themselves as avatars of the dark powers. But this was different. Virgil was not claiming divinity. He was simply stating that his power required no external source, no permission, no faith in anything beyond his own existence. Then prove it, she said. Virgil's eyes narrowed fractionally. How? Cain reached up to her throat, fingers touching the rosarius. The golden light intensified, faith made manifest a barrier that had saved her life in a dozen campaigns against the demonic. I am Psyker. My power comes from the warp channeled through faith in the Emperor. That faith protects me from corruption, lets me use chaos without being consumed by it. She took 3 steps forward, closing the distance between them. You claim your power is yours alone, that you need no intermediary, no faith. Correct. Then cut my connection to the warp, sever my ability to draw power from the Imperium, but leave me alive, uncorrupted, unharmed. Her organic eye locked with his. If your power truly transcends faith, if you truly cut what should not be cut, then this should be trivial. Virgil's expression did not change, but something shifted in his stance, weight redistributing, hand position on Yamato, adjusting by millimeters. You understand what you are asking. I am asking you to prove that faith is unnecessary. That your way, this cold absolute certainty, is superior to the Emperor's light. She smiled, and it was not kind. Or admit that there are some things even you cannot cut. Silence stretched between them. Beyond the broken dome, the poisoned sky churned. The warp flames continued their dance around the perimeter, crackling with the prayers of the dead. Virgil drew Yamato. Not fully, 3 inches. Enough that the blade caught the golden light from her rosarius, enough that the air between them seemed to sharpen reality itself, holding its breath. He observed her, not the flesh, not the armor, but the point where her will touched the Imperium. The address. The connection that made her psyker rather than human. That point glowed in his perception, a thread of intention stretched between materium and warp. He would cut the thread, not the soul it connected to. If I do this, he said quietly, you will never hear the warp again, never feel the Emperor's presence, never touch the power you have spent your life learning to control. You will be permanently severed from the psychic realm. I understand. You will lose what defines you as Inquisitor. I understand. And you ask this anyway. Kane's hand tightened on her force sword. I need to know. If faith is truly just a crutch, if your way, this absolute self-reliance, can achieve what centuries of imperial doctrine cannot. Her voice dropped. I need to know if the Emperor's light is real, or if it is simply a story we tell ourselves while the galaxy burns. Virgil studied her for 5 full seconds. Then, in a motion too fast to follow, Yamato cleared its sheath, cut once through empty air, and returned. The Inquisitor gasped. Not from pain, there was no pain, but from absence. The constant background pressure of the warp that every psyker lived with since their awakening. The psychic white noise that had been part of her consciousness for 3 decades simply stopped. She reached for her power instinctively, tried to ignite her force sword to summon the psychic flame that had been as natural as breathing. Nothing. The sword remained dead metal in her hand. Kane dropped to one knee, not from physical weakness, but from the sheer vertigo of the silence. Her bionic eye flickered, compensating for the sudden absence of psychic input. Her remaining organic eye was wide, horrified, awed. I hear nothing, she whispered. The warp is silent to me. Not blocked, not warded. Just absent, as if my mind no longer presents a surface for it to touch. Virgil sheathed Yamato. The click echoed in the burning basilica. You demanded proof, he said. This is proof. You do not need the warp. You do not need the Emperor. You exist without them. That is your answer. She looked up at him, and in her face was an expression he had seen before on Alecton 9, on the Grey Knights, on every being in this universe who encountered something their philosophy could not explain. The expression of faith confronting its own insufficiency. This is what you offer, she said, voice hoarse. Not corruption, not salvation, just silence. The absence of everything we believe, everything we fight for, everything that makes us more than animals clawing for survival in the dark. I offer nothing. I simply demonstrated possibility. Kane stood slowly, her legs uncertain, her balance compromised by the missing sense she had relied upon for decades. Can you reverse it? No. Then I am permanently severed from... You are permanently free from, Virgil corrected. The warp cannot corrupt what it cannot touch. You cannot be possessed, cannot be tempted by demons, cannot hear the whispers of the dark gods. He turned toward the basilica's entrance. You wanted to know if faith was necessary. Now you know. It is not necessary. It is merely comfortable. He began walking. Wait. Virgil paused. Kane's hand reached toward him, trembling slightly. What am I supposed to do now I am Inquisitor? I hunt the demonic. I protect humanity from the warp's corruption. And you have severed my ability to do any of that. You can still hunt, still protect. The corruption you fought never required psychic power to identify, only to resist. His gaze shifted back to her. And now you possess the ultimate resistance. Complete immunity. You are the only human in your Imperium who can stand in the heart of the warp and hear nothing. He resumed walking. Is that your idea of kindness? She called after him. Making me immune to the very thing I dedicated my life to fighting. Virgil stopped at the threshold. The flames parted before him, revealing the wasteland beyond. I do not do kindness, he said without turning. I cut what needs to be cut. What you do with the aftermath is not my concern. Then he was gone, vanishing into the ruins beyond the basilica, leaving behind only the sound of his footsteps, fading into silence. Inquisitor Lyra Celeste Kane stood alone in the burning basilica, surrounded by warp fire that no longer spoke to her in a church that no longer resonated with faith she could feel. She reached for the rosarius at her throat. Still glowing, still functional, but now just technology rather than miracle. Her force sword remained inert in her hand. A chunk of metal. Worthless. But her bolt pistol was still loaded. Her carapace armor still intact. Her mind still sharp even if the psychic sense that had guided it was now silent. She looked down at her hands, one organic one augmented, and began to laugh. Not from madness, not from despair, but from the terrible realization that he had been right. She did not need the warp, did not need psychic powers, did not need to hear the Emperor's presence as a constant background radiation in her consciousness. She was still Inquisitor, still capable, still dangerous, just quieter. The laughter faded. Kane sheathed her useless force sword and drew her bolt pistol, checking the ammunition by muscle memory rather than psychic sense. Full clip. 20 rounds of mass reactive vengeance. She looked toward the basilica entrance, toward the direction Virgil had vanished. Blade logic, she said quietly. Designation anomaly extremis. Threat assessment? She paused, considering. Unknown. Potentially catastrophic. Potentially salvation. She activated her Vox bead, though she knew the signal would be corrupted by the warp taint. Recommend observation, not engagement. Subject demonstrates ability to permanently alter Imperial assets in ways theology has no framework to process. She released the Vox and began walking toward the entrance, her steps steady despite the missing sense, her purpose intact despite the transformation. Behind her, the warp flames guttered and died. Not from Virgil's presence, he was long gone, but from simple exhaustion. The fuel of faith that sustained them had been cut, and without that connection to belief, they could no longer maintain their unnatural existence. The basilica's stones cooled in the sudden absence of flame. Ash settled. And in the silence that followed, something like peace descended, not the peace of the Emperor's grace, but the peace of simple, mundane absence. The peace of a question answered whether or not the answer was wanted. Kane emerged into the wasteland beyond, where the sky still burned. But the ground beneath her feet was solid, real, uncomplicated by psychic resonance. She activated her Auspex mechanical, not psychic, and began plotting a course to the nearest Imperial extraction point. 3 kilometers north. Through ruins. Through probable demon territory. Her Vox bead crackled. Not her transmission incoming, corrupted by distance and warp interference, but barely audible through the static. Ath of the blade. Copy. Another Inquisitor. Another hunter tracking the same anomaly. She did not respond. Let them follow their own trail. She had data enough and questions that would take years to process. Without psychic warning, without the ability to sense warp corruption before encountering it, without any of the tools that had made her one of the Ordo Malleus's most effective hunters. She checked her bolt pistol one more time, then began walking. If Virgil believed she could survive without faith, without power, without anything but her own will and her remaining weapons, then she would prove him either right or wrong through the oldest test humanity possessed. Survival. And somewhere ahead, walking alone through corridors of ruin that fell silent at his passage, Virgil continued his measurement, unconcerned with the lives. He altered the faiths, he shattered the questions he forced upon a universe that had stopped asking them 10,000 years ago. The basilica cooled. Her sword stayed mute. The silence held. The planet Thrinaxis existed in two states simultaneously. Half of it remained material rockcrete hives, maglev rails, the infrastructure of imperial civilization, calcified over millennia. The other half had been claimed by the warp reality torn open by a ritual gone catastrophically right. Or perhaps catastrophically wrong. The line between the two states was visible from orbit, a scar across the planet's face where physics surrendered to metaphysics, where matter negotiated with entropy and came away diminished. Virgil stood on that line. Behind him, solid ground. Gravity operated correctly. Light traveled at its designated speed. Ahead, the warp bled through in crystalline formations that grew and shrank according to principles that had nothing to do with time. Colors that should not coexist painted the sky in languages the eye refused to translate. And through it all, a pattern intricate mathematical, suggesting that this chaos had been designed rather than merely allowed. He had been walking for 3 days. Not toward any destination the Imperium would recognize, no cities, no fortifications, no strategic objectives. He followed the sensation of will-made manifest power that operated on principles similar to his own, but inverted. Where Virgil cut to divide, someone here wove to unite. Where he imposed silence, they orchestrated symphony. The realization interested him. In the distance, structures rose that might have been towers or might have been frozen screams, given vertical dimension. They glittered with fragments of shattered reality, each piece reflecting a different possible outcome of the same moment. As Virgil approached, the reflections began to synchronize collapsing probability until only one remained. A figure stood waiting at the base of the central spire. Robes the color of lapis and gold, inscribed with runes that shifted between alphabets too quickly to read. A helmet fashioned in the image of ancient Egyptian death masks. Eye lenses that glowed with cold blue fire. Staff in hand topped with a crystal that contained what might have been a miniature star, or might have been a captured scream. Ahriman, chief librarian of the Thousand Suns. Architect of the rubric that had saved his legion by transforming them into dust and armor consciousness without flesh knowledge, without corruption. The greatest sorcerer in service to the changer of ways. He did not attack, did not speak, simply observed staff planted in the ground that was simultaneously crystal and sand and memory made solid. Virgil stopped precisely 50 meters away, hand on Yamato's hilt, waiting. Silence stretched between them, measured not in seconds, but in the number of realities that flickered through existence around them. Alternate possibilities where they had already fought, where one or both lay dead, where the conversation went differently. All of them collapsed back into the single present moment. Finally, Ahriman's voice emerged, filtered through vox grills, but carrying undertones of psychic compulsion that would have enslaved weaker minds. Blade logic. The Imperium's new variable. I have observed your progression through their structure. Grey Knight's Mechanicus Inquisition. You cut through their certainties like their certainties were silk. Virgil said nothing. You do not speak, efficient. Words are imprecise instruments prone to misinterpretation. Ahriman tilted his head, the gesture somehow conveying amusement, despite the expressionless mask. But I am not Imperium. I do not require your statements to understand your nature. I am student of the warp. I read truth in the way reality bends around you. Still, Virgil waited. You are order incarnate, law given edge. The universe's fundamental tendency toward entropy meets you and divides. The sorcerer gestured with his staff, and the surrounding crystal formations resonated with the motion. I am the opposite. I weave chaos into patterns, force the warp to serve mathematical principles it does not naturally obey. We are mirror and reflection, opposing methods toward identical goal. State the goal. Ahriman's eye lenses brightened. Transcendence. The elimination of limitation. The achievement of power sufficient to rewrite what is written. He paused. You seek the same, though you call it by different name. You seek the ceiling, the boundary. The place where power admits it has found equal. Virgil's hand tightened fractionally on Yamato's hilt. You have been watching. The warp watches everything. I simply know where to look. The sorcerer began circling, not threateningly, but with the measured pace of someone delivering lecture. You are fascinating paradox. You reject the warp, yet you achieve what the greatest warp entities cannot. You have no psychic power, yet you alter reality with greater ease than I, who have dedicated millennia to its study. Your study is flawed. Ahriman stopped mid-step. Explain. You attempt to control chaos by understanding it. But understanding requires accepting chaos's premises. You argue with madness in madness's language. Virgil's gaze remained fixed on the sorcerer. I do not argue. I cut. Crude. Effective. The sorcerer's posture shifted subtle, but suggesting recalculation. You dismiss 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge. The 1,000 suns have cataloged every demon, every warp current, every principle by which the Imperium operates. I have personally overseen the compilation of grimoires that would drive lesser minds to catatonia merely by reading their indices. Knowledge of poison does not grant immunity. Only distance does. Ahriman's staff struck the ground once sharp crack that sent ripples through reality. You speak of immunity, yet I see your limitation clearly. You can cut the warp, sever its connections, create zones of null space. But you cannot create, cannot build, cannot shape reality into new forms, only divide existing forms into smaller pieces. Creation without purpose is decoration. Division with precision is surgery. And if what you face cannot be divided— Virgil's expression did not change, but something in his stance acknowledged the question's validity. Then I have found what I seek. The ceiling. Ahriman nodded slowly. Yes, I understand now. You are not warrior seeking victory. You are mathematician seeking proof of unsolvable equation. You want to be proven wrong. To encounter something your philosophy cannot overcome. I want to know if such a thing exists. It does. The sorcerer's voice carried absolute certainty. I am that thing. Virgil drew Yamato 3 inches from its sheath. Prove it. What followed was not battle in any conventional sense. Ahriman raised his staff, and reality shattered into probability cascades. 100 versions of the sorcerer manifested simultaneously, each one equally real, each one casting different spell from different position. The air filled with eldritch geometry formulae written in fire and malice invocations that called upon powers older than stars. Virgil moved, judgment cut, single horizontal slash. The arc expanded outward in perfect circle, and where it passed, all probabilities collapsed into single outcome bisection. The 100 Ahrimans became 50 sets of separated components, each pair falling in opposite directions before dissolving into warp stuff. but the dissolution recongealed immediately. The sorcerer reformed untouched, standing exactly where he had been before the technique resolved. "Probability manipulation," Ahriman said calmly. "I exist in all branching paths until observation fixes the chosen strand. By the time your blade reaches me, I have already selected the thread where blade missed. You cannot cut what has not yet decided to occupy single position." Virgil sheathed Yamato. Drew again. This time the cut was vertical, then horizontal, then diagonal, 3 slashes in less than a heartbeat, creating grid of intersecting divisions that left no space unclaimed. Ahriman dispersed into mist. The grid passed through empty air. When the sorcerer reformed, he stood behind Virgil's staff, already extending. "Dimensional displacement. I folded space between entrance and exit, skipping the intervening distance. Your blade cuts space itself, but cannot cut what is not present to be cut." Virgil spun Yamato, singing, as it cleared the sheath in reverse draw. The blade passed through Ahriman's position, but the sorcerer flickered existing and not existing in rapid alternation, reality treating him as manifold outcomes held in Tzeentch's grasp rather than fixed presence. They engaged in sequence that transcended combat, became instead debate conducted through applied force. Virgil's cuts divided reality into smaller and smaller sections, each one more precise than the last. Ahriman's sorcery wove those sections back together, stitching space with threads of crystallized paradox. The planet beneath them began to destabilize. Where Virgil cut the ground, divided cleanly molecular bonds severed without heat or sound. Where Ahriman worked his sorcery, those cuts healed matter flowing back together, according to principles that violated thermodynamics. The result was landscape that could not decide whether it was broken or whole, cycling between states with seizure-inducing rapidity. Virgil stopped. Not from exhaustion, his breathing remained controlled, his stance perfect. But from recognition, the sorcerer was not defending, was not countering, was simply undoing. Every cut Virgil made, Ahriman unmade. Perfect equilibrium, perfect stalemate. They stood 10 meters apart, both motionless, both unhurt. "You see it now," Ahriman said quietly. "We are matched. Your power divides what I unite. My sorcery unites what you divide. Neither can overcome the other, because we are perfect opposites, equal and opposite forces locked in eternal cancellation." Virgil's hand remained on Yamato's hilt. "You claim victory through stalemate. I claim proof of your limitation. You sought the ceiling. I am the ceiling. Power that cannot be overcome, because it specifically exists to counter your power." The sorcerer's eye lenses dimmed slightly. "I am answer to your question. The thing that proves absolute power is myth. There is always counter, always balance, always limitation. Then you have also found your ceiling." Ahriman went very still. "Explain." "If I am your limitation, then you are equally limited. You claim to seek transcendence, but you have merely achieved stalemate. We cancel. Neither progresses, neither transcends." Virgil's gaze was cold, analytical. "You have spent millennia accumulating knowledge, and what have you gained? The ability to maintain status quo against single opponent. That is not transcendence. That is preservation." The sorcerer's staff struck ground again, harder this time. The surrounding crystal formations cracked bleeding light that was not light. "I preserve my legion. I preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost to time and corruption. I preserve the possibility that someday sufficient understanding will unlock true power. You preserve dust in armor. You preserve memory of failure. You preserve hope that tomorrow will differ from today. Virgil took single step forward. I have encountered this before, in my old reality, in myself. The belief that if one accumulates enough power, enough knowledge, enough time, the fundamental nature of limitation will somehow dissolve. It will. It will not. Because limitation is not external barrier to be overcome. It is internal acceptance that power has meaning, only in relation to something it cannot overcome. Without limitation, power becomes noise, infinite and meaningless. Ahriman's posture changed, subtle collapse, as though the words had found purchase where spells could not. You accept this. You seek limitation, knowing that finding it means acknowledging your power is finite. I seek clarity. Whether that clarity proves me finite or infinite is irrelevant. Only the truth matters. For several seconds, the sorcerer did not respond. The crystal formations around them continued their erosion reality, bleeding through the cracks Virgil's techniques had created, unhealed despite Ahriman's earlier demonstrations. When Ahriman spoke again, his helm dipped slightly. The staff eased in his grip. You are either wisest being I have encountered or most foolish. I cannot determine which. He lowered his staff. I could continue this engagement, force you to expend effort, maintaining division, while I expend equal effort, maintaining unity. We would stand here until the planet dissolved beneath us, neither gaining ground, neither admitting defeat. But you will not. I will not. Because you have proven point I spent 10,000 years refusing to acknowledge. The sorcerer turned slightly, gazing across the split planet toward the warp-claimed half. The rubric was my attempt to transcend limitation. To save my brothers by transforming them beyond flesh, beyond corruption, beyond mortality itself. I succeeded in letter, failed in spirit. They endure, but they do not live. They are preserved, but they are not saved. Virgil said nothing. Observation was sufficient. You judge me, Ahriman continued. Not with words, but with silence. And your judgment is accurate. I have achieved stalemate with entropy, forced time to compromise with my legion. But compromise is not victory. It is merely postponed defeat. Acknowledgement is beginning. Of what? Of the truth that power without acceptance of limitation is simply denial with greater force behind it. Virgil turned, preparing to leave. You sought to eliminate the boundary between flesh and spirit. But boundary exists for reason. Without it, neither has definition. Your brothers are trapped in quantum state, neither alive nor dead, neither present nor absent. They exist without existing. That is not transcendence. That is erasure. Ahriman's staff trembled slightly in his grip. Then what would you suggest? Accept defeat. Allow them to dissolve into dust and memory. Accept that preservation is not resurrection. Dust in armor is still dust. Honor it as such. Mourn it as such. But do not pretend it is what it was. The sorcerer stood motionless for a long moment. Then slowly his staff lowered until its base touched ground. The changer of ways promised knowledge, power, the keys to unlock all limitations. In 10,000 years of service, he has delivered on that promise continuously. Yet somehow I am no closer to my goal than the day I cast the rubric. Because your goal is contradiction. You seek to preserve by transforming to save, by destroying to transcend by remaining. These are not compatible objectives. And your objective is compatible. My objective is clarity. I seek the truth regardless of whether that truth confirms or destroys my assumptions. Virgil's hand rested on Yamato's hilt one final time. If I encounter something I cannot cut, I will acknowledge it, study it, understand why it exceeds my capacity. That understanding is more valuable than any victory. That is, Ahriman paused, searching for words. That is the most heretical thing I have heard in millennia. And I serve the god of change and lies. Heresy is merely truth spoken before consensus accepts it. The sorcerer's posture uncoiled. A sound emerged from his helm's vox grills, short, sharp, closer to genuine amusement than the mocking cruelty typical of chaos worshippers. Blade logic. You are aptly named. Logic so absolute it cuts through even its own premises. The sorcerer stepped aside, clearing the path forward. I will not pursue you further. This engagement has provided data more valuable than victory would have. You have shown me reflection of myself, and that reflection is unpleasant to observe. Virgil inclined his head, fractionally acknowledgement, not respect, but recognition that the sorcerer had earned honest response. You are not beyond redemption, only beyond the path you currently walk. Different path requires abandoning certainty you have spent millennia accumulating. That cost may be too high. It may be, but at least now I know the cost exists. Before this conversation, I believed I had already paid all prices. Ahriman turned toward the warp-claimed half of the planet. I will consider what you have said, not because I trust you, but because your logic is infuriatingly difficult to refute. Logic is not meant to be comforting, only accurate. Then you and I are alike in at least that regard. We both prefer harsh truth to gentle fiction. The sorcerer began walking away, staff tapping against ground that shifted between solid and ephemeral with each step. If you survive your encounter with the Golden Throne, seek me again. I would very much like to continue this debate when I have had time to formulate proper counter-arguments. If you abandon your current path, there will be no need for debate. Perhaps, perhaps not. We shall see. Ahriman vanished, not through teleportation, but through simple dissolution, his form scattering into the warp stuff that comprised half the planet's individual molecules, returning to the chaos from which his sorcery had temporarily organized them. Virgil stood alone on the borderline between reality and unreality, watching the crystal formations continue their slow collapse. The planet would eventually stabilize, or it would not. Either outcome was irrelevant to his measurement. He had learned what he came to learn. There existed power that matched his own, not through greater force, but through opposite principle. Division met fusion. Silence met symphony. Each canceled the other perfectly. That was limitation, though not the kind he had anticipated finding. The question now became, was this limitation fundamental or simply the first of many? Only continued measurement would reveal answer. Virgil began walking again, leaving behind the planet split between two states. The sorcerer contemplating uncomfortable truths and the slowly dying remnants of their engagement cuts that would not heal spells, that could not complete reality, suspended in permanent maybe. Ahead lay Terra, the Golden Throne, the corpse emperor who had sought absolute power and achieved absolute imprisonment. That would be next measurement, next test, next cut. The planet's sky churned above him, half material storm clouds, half warp tempest. Neither side could claim dominance. Neither would yield. Perfect stalemate. Perfect proof that limitation existed not as external barrier, but as internal truth. The mathematical certainty that for every force, equal and opposite force must exist. Virgil accepted this without satisfaction or disappointment. It was simply data, truth, clarity. And clarity, regardless of whether it confirmed or contradicted expectation, was always worth pursuing. The horizon beckoned. Terra waited. And somewhere in the space between realities, Ahriman stood among his dust brothers and wondered if 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge might be worth less than single afternoon of uncomfortable truth. The planet behind him continued its slow dissolution, half crystal, half corruption, neither willing to yield. Virgil walked away from the borderline where his cuts had frozen reality mid-transformation, where Ahriman's spells hung incomplete in permanent suspension. The sorcerer's final words echoed in the silence. Logic so absolute it cuts through even its own premises. Virgil did not acknowledge the observation. He rarely acknowledged truth spoken by others when they merely confirmed what he already understood. The warp awaited. Not the screaming chaos of the maelstrom, not the crystalline impossibilities of Tsench's domain, but something quieter. Something that called to him with the voice of his own doubts spoken in frequencies only he could hear. He stepped through the membrane between dimensions. The transition was not violent. No tearing sensation, no rush of alien energies trying to unmake his form. Simply one environment replaced by another, as seamlessly as walking through a doorway. The planet's surface vanished. In its place, stillness, a wasteland stretched before him gray and featureless. No sky overhead, no ground beneath, only the suggestion of both, rendered in monochrome that absorbed light rather than reflected it. This was not the warp as mortals experienced it, drowning in sensation and madness. This was the warp filtered through his perception, reduced to its essential geometry. Order imposed through observation. Virgil's boots made no sound as he walked. Behind him, no footprints. Ahead, no destination. Yet he moved with purpose, because purpose was the only force that gave meaning to empty space. The figure manifested without warning or fanfare. One moment the wasteland was vacant. The next it stood before him, massive, imperious, wreathed in shadows that seemed carved from absence itself. Its form was humanoid, but distorted proportions stretched to emphasize dominance. Obsidian armor covered its frame, sprouting crystal formations that pulsed with inner light. Its face was his face, if all warmth and uncertainty had been surgically excised and replaced with absolute conviction. Urizen, not the demon tree form from the Cleophoth, not the throne-bound tyrant gorged on human blood. This was the platonic ideal of Urizen, the concept made manifest stripped of physical limitation. The part of Virgil that had looked at the world and decided conquest was the only rational response to chaos. They regarded each other in silence. Virgil's hand did not move to Yamato. Urizen made no threatening gesture. They simply stood, two aspects of the same will, separated by a choice that had been made and unmade across timelines and realities. When Urizen spoke, its voice carried the weight of mountains and the coldness of deep space. "You have learned nothing." Not an accusation, an observation delivered with the flat certainty of mathematical proof. Virgil replied without emotion. "I have learned limitation exists, and yet you continue to seek it, to test boundaries, to cut through walls between worlds as if the answer lies in division rather than conquest." Urizen shifted slightly, crystal formations on its armor, catching light that had no source. "I offered unity, total power, the subjugation of chaos itself. You rejected it. I rejected stagnation disguised as strength. You rejected survival." The wasteland around them responded to the declaration. The gray emptiness rippled, revealing glimpses of alternate outcomes, timelines, where Virgil had not separated, where Urizen had consumed V entirely, where absolute demonic power had achieved its objective. In those realities, the Qlifoth grew eternal, feeding on a world that no longer resisted, because resistance had been erased from human consciousness. Virgil observed the visions without reaction. That is not survival. That is preservation of a single moment extended infinitely. A universe frozen in amber. Stability, death by another name. Urizen's stance shifted. Not aggressive, but more focused, a predator adjusting its attention to prey that had revealed unexpected intelligence. You split yourself to achieve balance. Human and demon weakness and strength reunited as equals. Yet here you stand still, incomplete, still searching. What is the purpose of balance if it provides no answers? Virgil's fingers flexed once. Yamato's presence hung at his side, patient and observant. Balance provides clarity. The question requires no answer if the question itself is flawed. Then what question should be asked? Not how much power can be obtained, but what remains when power is no longer sufficient. The wasteland reacted again. This time the visions showed different possibilities. Dante laughing over pizza, Nero practicing swordsmanship with fierce determination, Morrison organizing paperwork in the Devil May Cry office. Mundane moments, small triumphs, lives lived without the constant pursuit of supremacy. Urizen regarded these images with something approaching contempt. Mediocrity. You would abandon godhood to play house with mortals who will die while you endure. I would abandon the illusion that godhood has meaning. Virgil's tone remained flat, clinical. You sought to rule the warp, to impose order on fundamental chaos. But order cannot be imposed on chaos without becoming chaos itself. The act of forcing structure onto formlessness requires infinite energy, infinite will, infinite time. And when all three are expended, what remains is neither order nor chaos, but void. Philosophy. Accuracy. Urizen moved closer. Not walking, simply occupying different space, as if distance were a suggestion it chose to ignore. The crystal formations on its armor began to resonate, each one vibrating at a frequency that made reality thin at its edges. I could destroy you, Urizen stated. I am your strength, without your doubt, your will, without your restraint. Everything you could be if you simply chose power over uncertainty. You could not. Arrogance. Fact. Virgil's hand finally moved to Yamato's hilt. Not drawing, just resting. You are not separate from me. You are a memory given shape through warp energy. The echo of a choice I made, and then unmade. Destroying me would be destroying yourself, and you lack the capacity for self-negation. That is why you failed. The wasteland shuddered. Cracks appeared in the gray expanse, bleeding colors that existed at the edges of perception, not chaos, but the raw potential that preceded form. Through those cracks, Virgil could sense the vast machinery of the warp beyond this isolated pocket of stillness, the screaming multitudes of lost souls and hungry gods grinding against each other in eternal warfare. Urizen's form began to pulse, expanding and contracting, as if breathing for the first time. Then why are you here? If I am merely memory, why grant me this audience? Virgil's response came without hesitation. To confirm what I already knew. That pursuing absolute power is not wrong because it is immoral, but because it is impossible. Power requires context. Without limitation to define it, power becomes noise, infinite and meaningless. You have said this before. Repetition does not diminish truth. Then what now? Urizen's voice carried the first hint of something other than cold certainty, curiosity perhaps, or the recognition that this conversation had moved beyond philosophical debate into territory where conclusions must be drawn. You have tested chaos, encountered forces that match your own, proven that limitation exists. What is the purpose of this knowledge? Virgil drew Yamato. The blade emerged in silence, 3 feet of perfection that caught reflections of light that did not exist. He held it before him, edge vertical, studying his own distorted image in the polished steel. To cut through one final barrier, Urizen understood instantly. Its form solidified density, increasing as if preparing for impact. You would sever yourself from the possibility of unlimited power. Permanently, I would acknowledge that the possibility never existed. Not for me. Not for anyone. Virgil raised the katana tip, pointing toward Urizen's center mass. You represent the belief that strength can overcome all obstacles, that sufficient force renders philosophy irrelevant. But strength is not truth. It is merely strength. And truth, regardless of whether it is convenient or brutal, must be acknowledged. I am part of you. You are a shadow I cast when I refuse to accept limitations. A projection of what I thought power should be, rather than what it is. Virgil's stance shifted feet apart, weight-distributed blade held with absolute precision. I do not reject strength, but I reject the delusion that strength alone defines worth. Urizen did not move to defend itself. It simply watched as Virgil prepared to strike crystal formations on its armor glowing brighter with each passing second. This changes nothing, Urizen said quietly. You will still seek, still test, still cut through boundaries between realities in search of something you cannot name. Yes, then you have not transcended me. You have only made peace with futility, perhaps. Virgil's eyes narrowed fractionally. Or perhaps accepting futility is the only form of transcendence available to those who refuse comfortable lies. He cut. Judgment cut. The technique manifested not as a single slash, but as a sphere of absolute division, space folding in on itself, creating a boundary where Urizen existed on one side and Virgil on the other, with no possibility of intersection. The attack was not meant to destroy, but to separate. To draw a line between what was and what could never be. Urizen did not resist. As the cut expanded, its form began to dissolve, not violently, but with the quiet resignation of smoke dispersing in wind. The crystal formations shattered soundlessly, each fragment vanishing before reaching the ground that was not ground. The obsidian armor cracked, revealing not flesh beneath, but emptiness, the void that existed where Virgil's certainty had once resided. Before it dissipated entirely, Urizen spoke once more. You have become what I could never be, not stronger, not weaker, simply willing to exist without answers. Then it was gone. The wasteland collapsed inward, gray expanse folding like paper being crumpled by an invisible hand. The cracks bleeding potential colors widened into chasms, and through them, Virgil could see Terra massive, sprawling, covered in spires and monuments to humanity's desperate grasp at permanence. The golden throne waited somewhere beneath those layers of stone and steel in prayer. The corpse emperor holding back the warp through sheer force of dying will. Virgil sheathed Yamato. The blade returned to its scabbard with a soft click that echoed across dimensions. He felt no lighter. No sense of burden lifted or weight removed. Urizen's dissolution changed nothing about his fundamental nature. He was still driven to test limits, still compelled to seek the boundaries of power and push against them. But now he understood what he had been unwilling to admit before: the boundaries would always exist, and pushing against them was not a path to transcendence, but simply the nature of his existence. He accepted this without satisfaction or disappointment. The wasteland finished its collapse. Reality reasserted itself with the gentle insistence of tide returning to shore. Virgil stood once more in the warp proper. Not the filtered monochrome version he had imposed through observation, but the raw screaming chaos that defined this dimension. Demons circled at a distance, wary of the stillness that radiated from his position. Colors that had no names flashed and died. Geometries folded through themselves in defiance of mathematics. He ignored them all. Ahead through the churning madness, He could sense Terra's location, a fixed point in the chaos. An anchor of material reality that the warp could not fully digest despite 10,000 years of trying. The Emperor's dying will held it stable a lighthouse in an ocean of insanity. Virgil began walking. The warp did not part for him as it had before. It simply quieted. Not silenced, but muted, as if his presence reminded it that order and chaos were not opposites, but different expressions of the same fundamental uncertainty. Demons that approached too closely found themselves cut without Yamato leaving its sheath, spatial distortions responding to his intent rather than action reality, bending to accommodate his refusal to be touched by corruption. Behind him, the memory of Urizen faded into the vast data stream of the warp, where all thoughts and possibilities eventually dissolved. It would reform eventually, perhaps, in some other soul's mind. The belief that absolute power could solve all problems was too seductive to die permanently. But it would not reform in Virgil's mind. That particular delusion had been severed. He walked for hours that felt like seconds, and seconds that stretched into centuries. Time had no consistent meaning in the warp. Only intent mattered, and Virgil's intent was singular Terra. The Golden Throne. The final measurement before he moved on to whatever came next. The chaos around him began to change. Less wild, more structured. He was approaching the border where material reality pushed back against immaterial madness, the liminal space where Imperial psychers fought constant battles to keep the warp from swallowing their ships. Ahead, the first hints of solid geometry appeared, not true matter, but the promise of it potential crystallizing into form. Through the thinning warp stuff, he saw Terra. The planet hung in the void like a dying monarch, refusing to abdicate. Continents buried beneath city sprawl, oceans reduced to memory. The entire surface covered in monuments to human ambition and fear, temples and fortresses and bureaucratic complexes stretching from crust to upper atmosphere. At the heart of it all, invisible from this distance but palpable in its psychic weight, the Golden Throne radiated the Emperor's slow decay. 10,000 years of suffering. 10,000 years of holding back the warp through force of will alone. 10,000 years of humanity worshipping a corpse that could neither live nor die. Virgil observed this without judgment. He had come seeking limitation, proof that power had boundaries. And here spread before him was the clearest evidence imaginable, the most powerful human who had ever lived, reduced to eternal imprisonment by the very strength that had elevated him above mortality. The question now was simple. What would happen when blade logic met the eternal throne? Would the Emperor's prisons shatter? Would the warp consume Terra? Would 10 millennia of stalemate finally resolve into catastrophe? Or would nothing change at all? Virgil stepped through the final membrane separating warp from reality. The transition was sharp, definitive chaos replaced by cold vacuum madness, replaced by silent void. Terra hung before him massive and wounded, its surface glowing with billions of lights that represented trillions of souls, all praying to a god who could no longer hear them. He began his descent. No announcement, no heralding. Simply movement toward an objective executed with the same precision he applied to every action. Gravity caught him as he entered the upper atmosphere. Air resistance manifested as heat. He did not slow. Sirens rolled across the hive sprawl beneath him, audible even through the screaming wind of re-entry. Batteries slewed toward his descent. Vox traffic spiked on every band he passed through, overlapping voices barking coordinates and threat assessments. The blue contrail of his passage drew attention from every platform and spire searchlights, converging defensive positions, activating across Terra's scarred surface. Virgil ignored the weapon's fire that rose to meet him. Heat sheeted along his coat. Flak bursts flowered and died a dozen meters wide as space bent around him. Macro cannons, lance batteries, missiles with warheads capable of reducing mountains to glass. They struck him, or tried to, Most missed. Those that connected found their energy redirected, diffused, rendered ineffective through spatial manipulation he performed unconsciously, the way mortals breathed. He descended through cloud layers, stained gray by millennia of pollution, through storm systems that had raged uninterrupted for centuries, through the upper reaches of Terra's endless cityscape, where spires reached kilometers high and cathedrals competed for proximity to heaven. The custodians were waiting. Ranks of auramite formed along a platform atop the sanctum imperialis, file upon file, stretching across the breadth of the landing site, their guardian spears raised in perfect synchrony. Their armor reflected the approach of the figure falling toward them, with sword still sheathed, coat flaring behind him like folded wings. Virgil landed. The platform cracked beneath the impact. Not shattered, but marked. A perfect circle radiating from his position, as if physics had decided to document his arrival. He straightened slowly, deliberately, hand resting on Yamato's hilt. The custodians did not attack immediately. They held position, spears leveled, stances measured. Warriors, not mindless zealots. They observed him, white-haired figure, in dark blue coat, unarmed, except for a single katana standing alone before the assembled might of Terra's defenders. Their captain general stepped forward, title enough. The name, whatever it was, remained irrelevant to measurement. The representative of the Emperor's will. The voice of the throne. When the custodian spoke, his words carried across the platform without need for amplification. You trespass on holy ground. Identify yourself and state your purpose, or face eradication. Virgil's response was economical. Blade logic, measurement. That is not an answer. It is the only one I provide. Silence stretched between them. The custodians shifted slightly, not out of fear, but into combat readiness. Thousands of them. Behind their formations, the vast bulk of the imperial palace stretched away, layer upon layer of architecture built over millennia, all centered on the chamber far below where the emperor sat entombed. The captain general raised his guardian spear. The motion was smooth, practiced, the culmination of centuries of training distilled into perfect efficiency. Around him, every weapon rose in unison. Virgil's hand moved to Yamato's hilt, not drawing, simply preparing. The standoff held for 3 seconds that stretched into subjective eternity. Then he spoke again. 4 words delivered with the flat certainty of someone stating mathematical law. I will see him. The custodians charged. The custodians charged. No war cries. No declarations. Simply the synchronized acceleration of ranks upon ranks, moving as a single organism. Their guardian spears leveled their auramite armor, blazing gold against Terra's polluted sky. The sound was immense ceramite boots, striking stone in perfect rhythm, the hum of disruptor fields activating along spear tips, the crackle of personal force shields coming online. Virgil drew Yamato. The blade emerged in a whisper of steel against leather, impossibly quiet beneath the thunder of the approaching army. He held it at low guard tip, angled toward the platform's surface edge, parallel to his right leg. His left hand remained free, relaxed. The first rank closed within 10 meters. He moved, not a dash or teleportation, simply repositioning without apparent transition between locations. Where he had stood, 3 custodians now occupied empty space, their spears passing through air that no longer held their target. Where he now was, 5 more warriors found their formations disrupted as he carved through the gaps between their positions with surgical precision. Yamato cut twice. The first stroke severed the haft of a guardian spear mid-thrust, the reinforced alloy splitting as cleanly as silk thread. The second passed through the joint of another warrior's armor, not penetrating the auramite itself, but sliding through the molecular gaps, where plates connected, forcing the custodian to disengage or risk catastrophic structural failure. Both warriors fell back, weapons compromised, but bodies intact. Virgil had not aimed to kill. The custodians adapted instantly. No hesitation, no confusion. They simply shifted formation, compensating for his presence the way water flows around an obstruction. Their coordination was absolute. When one attacked, 3 others adjusted position to cover potential retreat paths. When he parried, Guardian spears struck from angles calculated to exploit the momentary gap in his defense. They fought without emotion or ego. Pure tactical execution refined across centuries. Virgil found it adequate. His movements remained economical. Yamato described arcs, measured in centimeters rather than meters, each cut precisely calibrated to the minimum force required. When he deflected a spear thrust, the blade met the weapon's haft at the exact point where leverage favored his strength over the custodians. When he sidestepped, his positioning put multiple opponents into each other's line of attack, forcing them to adjust rather than press advantage. The battle expanded outward from its initial point of contact. More warriors joined the engagement, flowing around their brothers with practiced ease. Some wielded sentinel blades, shorter, faster than guardian spears. Others deployed misericordia's knives, designed for fighting in extremely close quarters. The platform became a churning mass of gold armor and blue after-images, guardian weapons leaving contrails of disruption field discharge wherever they passed. Virgil cut through it all with the same unchanging expression. A custodian attempted to grapple him, bold tactic, abandoning weapon to exploit his transhuman strength advantage. Virgil's free hand caught the warrior's wrist, mid-lunge, redirected the momentum, and sent the custodian stumbling into 2 others. The collision broke their formation temporarily. He capitalized Yamato, slashing 3 times in rapid succession, each cut aimed at weapon hafts, not armor disarming, rather than destroying. They learned from each exchange. When he favored left side evasion, they adjusted positioning to limit that option. When he demonstrated preference for parrying low thrusts, they incorporated more high strikes. Their adaptive capacity was extraordinary. Individually, brilliant; collectively, flawless. It changed nothing. Virgil's technique operated beyond the level where adaptation mattered. He did not rely on patterns or habits that could be learned and exploited. Each action was contextual response to immediate conditions calculated in the instant before execution. There was no style to decode, no rhythm to anticipate. Only observation, decision, action, repeated at speeds that made prediction irrelevant. A custodian captain emerged from the ranks, his armor bearing the crimson crest of elevated status. His movements carried additional weight, not physical mass, but the density of supreme skill meeting absolute determination. The captain's guardian spear thrust forward with technique that transcended mere proficiency, each strike testing different aspects of Virgil's defense with methodical precision. Virgil engaged him directly. Their weapons met 17 times in 3 seconds. Each impact sent resonance through the platform's stone surface fractures, spreading from the points where kinetic energy exceeded structural tolerance. The captain fought without wasted motion. Every attack served multiple purposes. Every defense positioned him for counter-assault. His skill exceeded his brother's not in raw capability, but in the accumulated wisdom of centuries spent perfecting his art. It was not enough. On the 18th exchange, Virgil's blade found the microscopic gap between guard and execution, not a flaw in the captain's technique, but the fundamental limitation inherent in sequential action. Yamato slid past the guardian spear's defense, its tip stopping precisely 1 millimeter from the captain's throat. Virgil withdrew the blade without cutting. The captain stepped back, assessment in his eyes. Around them, the battle had stilled. Not stopped, but paused warriors holding position while their ranking officer processed what had just occurred. They had witnessed their captain matched, then surpassed by margins too small to attribute to chance or temporary advantage. The captain inclined his head fractionally. "Stand down." The command rippled outward. Weapons lowered, not sheathed, but held at ready rather than guard. The formation maintained its encirclement, overlapping fields of engagement, still present but pressure withdrawn. The captain general stepped forward through the parted ranks. His approach was unhurried, measured the gait of one accustomed to authority, requiring no assertion. He stopped 5 meters from Virgil Guardian's spear, held loosely in one hand. When he spoke, his voice carried the resonance of someone who had stood vigil over humanity's survival for longer than most civilizations endured. You fight to disable, not destroy. You target weapons, not warriors. Either you demonstrate mercy we have not earned, or you possess capability sufficient to render us irrelevant. The Captain General's gaze remained steady. Which is it? Virgil sheathed Yamato. The blade returned to its scabbard with that soft click, final and absolute. Neither. You performed your duty. I acknowledge this. And now, I proceed. The Captain General did not move aside. The Emperor's throne room is forbidden. None may approach without sanction. I require no sanction. Then you require destruction. No hostility in the statement. His cadence made it a weather report's simple fact, delivered with the same tone one might use to discuss orbital mechanics. We will fight until you are eliminated or we are extinct. Those are the only available outcomes. Virgil regarded him in silence for 3 seconds. Incorrect. A third outcome exists. Enlighten me. Virgil's hand moved to Yamato's hilt. Not drawing, simply resting their presence, communicating intent more clearly than words. I cut through your defenses without killing a single warrior. I demonstrated capability to end this engagement at any moment. These facts establish 2 truths: your force cannot stop me, and I choose not to eliminate it. Capability and choice are separate considerations. Exactly. Virgil's tone remained flat, clinical. Which is why you will step aside. Not because you lack courage or commitment, but because continued resistance serves no purpose except forcing me to demonstrate lethality I currently withhold. The Captain General's expression did not change. Behind him, ranks of Auramite waited, perfectly disciplined, absolutely loyal, prepared for orders without hesitation or doubt. He raised one hand. The ranks parted, not retreat, redeployment. The formation opened a corridor through its center. Weapons still held ready eyes, tracking Virgil's every movement. The Captain General spoke once more. If you bring harm to the Emperor, the entire Imperium will hunt you across galaxies and through dimensions until either you are destroyed or the last human draws final breath. Understood. Virgil walked forward. The custodians watched him pass, these golden warriors who had stood vigil for 10 millennia without relief or respite. Their presence radiated controlled lethality, not hostility, but the absolute readiness to execute violence if parameters shifted. He moved through their formation without acknowledging the implicit threat, attention focused entirely forward. The entrance to the Sanctum Imperialis rose before him. Doors 50 meters tall, constructed from adamantium, so pure it appeared to absorb light rather than reflect it. Inscriptions covered every surface, words in languages that predated humanity's exodus to the stars. Seals and wards layered atop each other, psychic protections woven through material substrate technology and ritual, combined into defensive architecture that could withstand orbital bombardment. Seals unlocked in sequence, audible clicks echoing across the platform. The seam admitted him, whether by protocol or because space itself parted at his intent. The distinction was unclear. Golden light spilled through the widening gap, psychic pressure rolling outward in waves that made the air itself seem heavier. Virgil stepped through. The corridor beyond him. Beyond stretched into distance that defied physical measurement. Its walls rose higher than his vision could track, their surfaces covered in murals depicting humanity's history, wars. Fought worlds, claimed enemies, defeated across 10,000 years of desperate survival. Silent sisters stood at intervals along the route, their null presence creating pockets of psychic emptiness that served as anchors against the overwhelming tide of power emanating from the chamber ahead. More custodians lined the passage, file after file, motionless as statues. Guardian spears held its ceremonial attention. Their presence was not defensive, but observational. Witnesses to whatever transpired. Virgil walked past them all. The corridor's perspective shifted as he advanced. Distance contracting and expanding simultaneously, subjective measurement breaking down under the weight of psychic reality bleeding into material space. What should have been kilometers passed in dozens of steps. What should have been minutes compressed into seconds. The throne room opened before him. Vast was inadequate descriptor. The chamber possessed dimensions that violated conventional geometry walls, curving away into impossible angles, ceiling dissolving into darkness that might have been roof or might have been open void. Tech priests moved along the perimeter, tending machines whose purpose defied easy categorization. Servitors carried components between stations, their lobotomized minds incapable of comprehending the significance of their tasks. At the chamber's heart, the golden throne. Technology and sorcery merged into architecture that transcended both. The structure rose like a monument to hubris and necessity. Intertwined pipes and cables feeding into mechanisms that fed into still larger systems, each layer dependent on the one below, all ultimately supporting the withered form enthroned at the apex. The Emperor, 10 millennia of suffering made manifest. His physical body had long since passed the threshold where death should have claimed dominion. Flesh reduced to desiccated remnants, skin stretched taut across bones worn thin by ages of decay. Life support systems penetrated every surface, golden cables threading through what remained of his corporeal form's psychic machinery, forcing animation into meat that should have been dust millennia past. Yet power radiated from him, not the chaotic maelstrom of warp energy that Virgil had encountered in the Imperium, but something more focused, 10,000 years of will, distilled into singular purpose consciousness, compressed to density that made reality itself seem insubstantial by comparison. The Astronomicon burned from his position a psychic lighthouse visible across the galaxy, guiding humanity's ships through the hostile seas of warp space. Virgil approached without hesitation. The tech priests noticed his presence, their augmented eyes tracking his movement with mechanical precision. No challenge came. The Silent Sisters remained at their posts, creating null zones that partially dampened the overwhelming psychic pressure. Custodians stood vigil around the throne itself, the innermost circle the final guardians. Those who had maintained this death watch longer than some civilizations had existed. He stopped 10 meters from the throne's base, close enough to observe detail, but distant enough to maintain tactical spacing. His hand did not rest on Yamato. His posture remained neutral, neither aggressive nor deferential. Silence stretched across the chamber, then presence. Not voice something beyond vocalization. Weight pressed against thought axioms, impressed directly onto consciousness, without intermediary of sound or language. A survey of trespass. Measurement acknowledged. Intent assessed. Virgil's response formed in his thoughts, shaped by intent rather than spoken aloud. Measurement. Testing limitation. The presence withdrew, slightly cycling through assessment. Around them, the throne room's machinery continued its eternal function life support, maintaining the impossible psychic amplifiers, channeling the Emperor's will into forms that could be transmitted across light years of void and storm. An impression returned. Boundary seeking. Power's terminus. Yes. Another impression layered with 10 millennia of context. Not here. Already found. Virgil's expression did not change. Explain. Concepts flooded his awareness throne as prison power as sacrifice supremacy transformed into eternal suffering. The Emperor's condition was not limitation imposed, but choice executed continuously across ages. The most powerful human to ever exist bound by necessity rather than defeat. You maintain the Astronomicon. Hold back the warp. Preserve humanity's ability to traverse stars. Virgil's tone remained flat. This is not limitation. This is choice made conscious sacrifice, executed with full awareness of cost. The presence pulsed. Disagreement, or perhaps acknowledgement of semantic distinction without practical difference. Accuracy, Virgil stated. The presence intensified pressure, increasing until the air itself seemed to thicken. Tech priests stumbled their augmented physiology, struggling to maintain function under the psychic weight. Silent sisters reinforced their null fields, creating pockets of stability where purely material existence could persist. Virgil stood unmoved. An impression formed, absence of fear. Fear requires uncertainty. The impression shifted, certainty. Absolute. I am aware. Fear, respect, reverence, these are responses to conditions perceived as threatening or superior. You threaten nothing I value. You represent nothing I aspire to become, therefore no fear. Or the presence withdrew again, cycling through some internal process too vast for external observation to interpret. When it returned, the communication carried nuance that approached genuine curiosity. Purpose of approach. No threat perceived. No answer sought. Why? Virgil's hand finally moved not to Yamato, but simply shifting position, minor adjustment that carried no tactical significance. Confirmation. You are the Imperium's foundation, its strongest bulwark. If you demonstrate limitation, the entire structure built upon your power must acknowledge the same boundary. An impression. Demonstration of unlimited power instead, then you would not be imprisoned here. Silence. Longer this time, stretching across seconds that felt like minutes. The machinery continued its function. The tech priests recovered from the earlier pressure, returning to their maintenance tasks. Custodians remained vigilant, weapons ready, despite the clear futility of intervention should this conversation turn violent. When the presence returned, it carried something new. Not quite amusement, but the distant echo of recognition that might have been humor 10,000 years ago. Impressions cascaded. Correctness acknowledged. Limitation proven. Power insufficient against necessity. Sacrifice continuous. 10 millennia of choice. You accept this. Acceptance achieved, time sufficient. Virgil considered the emperor this withered corpse, maintained through mechanisms that should not function. Consciousness preserved beyond any rational duration, 10,000 years of suffering willingly endured because the alternative was humanity's extinction. It was in its way the purest expression of limitation he had encountered. Not power failing against greater power, but power proving insufficient to solve problems that transcended force. One question. The presence waited. If you could leave this throne, if some alternative method existed to maintain the Astronomicon and hold back the warp, would you? The response came instantly, not words, but absolute conviction impressed directly. Refusal. Choice maintained. Purpose fulfilled. Virgil's eyes narrowed fractionally. Explain. Concepts flooded his awareness again. Imprisonment as purpose rather than limitation. Suffering as continuous decision executed across millennia. Power measured not by destruction capacity, but by preservation despite decay. Philosophy. Truth. Perhaps. Virgil turned, preparing to depart. Or perhaps necessity forced into virtue through lack of alternatives. An impression that might have been amusement. Disappointment. I am indifferent. I came seeking proof that limitation exists. You provide such proof the strongest human ever born reduced to eternal imprisonment. This confirms my hypothesis. He paused. But you also demonstrate that limitation need not diminish purpose. That is, unexpected data. Unexpected, yet valuable. All data is valuable if accurate. The presence seemed to expand, filling the throne room with awareness that pressed against the boundaries of material space. The tech priests prostrated themselves. Silent sisters reinforced their null fields to maximum capacity. Custodians took defensive stances, uncertain whether to prepare for assault or simply bear witness. A final impression impressed itself with the weight of 10,000 years. Power without purpose, chaos unnamed. Limitation sought, but question flawed. True inquiry, what remains when strength irrelevant? Virgil did not respond immediately. He stood in silence, processing the statement against 10,000 variable, observed across his journey through the warp and Imperium both. Finally he spoke, an answer requiring further measurement. Measure. Consider acceptance of immutable truth. 10 millennia. Single lesson strength in accepting unchangeable. Virgil turned back toward the entrance. Perhaps? He walked away, leaving the Emperor to his eternal vigil. The custodians parted before him, their formation opening to permit his exit. The corridor stretched ahead, golden light fading as he distanced himself from the throne room's psychic intensity. Behind him, the Emperor's presence receded. The audience was concluded. Virgil emerged into Terra's polluted daylight. The platform where he had fought the custodians remained scarred from their engagement, stone-cracked surfaces, scorched where disruptor fields had discharged. The warriors themselves had withdrawn to defensive perimeter weapons, sheathed but ready. The Captain General stood alone at the platform's edge. You live. The Emperor endures. Therefore, balance is maintained. The custodian's voice carried no hostility, no relief, simply acknowledgement of outcome. Will you return? Virgil's hand rested on Yamato's hilt. No. Then our business is concluded. Agreed. Virgil drew Yamato the blade, emerging in silence. He slashed once, a vertical cut through empty air that nonetheless left visible trace blue light, marking the path of his sword. Space folded along that line, reality dividing to reveal the roiling chaos of warp space beyond. He stepped through, the rift sealed behind him, with the finality of doors closing on a tomb. Terra's sky returned to its previous state. Gray polluted the moment already fading into the endless churn of imperial routine. The platform held its crack. The sky regained its noise, Vox chatter resuming sirens cycling through maintenance protocols, the distant thunder of macro batteries returning to standby. Somewhere in the vast machinery of the palace, a record would be made. Filed. Archived in vaults that would never see scrutiny unless crisis demanded. The custodians resumed their eternal watch. And in the space between realities, Virgil moved through chaos, with the same measured pace he applied to all things. His mind processing the Emperor's final statement against variables still being calculated. Acceptance of immutable truth, strength in accepting unchangeable. He had not agreed with the sentiment, but neither had he dismissed it. The measurement continued. The warp roiled around him. Chaos pressed against the thin membrane separating immaterium from reality. Virgil stood in the space between not fully material, not entirely psychic, but occupying the liminal threshold where both states intersected. Terra hung before him, massive and wounded. From this perspective, the psychic architecture of the Imperium became visible prayer threads stretching from billions of souls toward the Golden Throne. The Astronomicon burning like a star of compressed, will the warp constantly pressing against barriers maintained through 10 millennia of sacrifice. He observed without judgment. The measurement was complete. He had tested the warp's chaos, encountered those who matched his power through opposite principles, stood before the Emperor, and confirmed that even supreme strength eventually met boundaries it could not surpass. Every datum collected, every variable accounted for. One action remained, not for Terra's benefit, not to prove superiority or demonstrate capability, simply to complete the pattern, to execute the final cut that would make the measurement absolute. Virgil drew Yamato. The blade emerged in silence, 3 feet of perfect steel reflecting light that existed only in frequencies the warp recognized. He held it before him, edge vertical, studying his own distorted image in the polished surface. The reflection showed no emotion, no satisfaction or disappointment. Just the face of someone who had pursued a question to its conclusion and found the unanswer both exactly as expected and entirely insufficient. He raised the katana. The motion was slow, deliberate ritual executed with precision, born from understanding that certain actions transcended mere physical execution. The tip pointed toward Terra, but Virgil was not aiming at the planet. He was aiming at everything surrounding it. His demonic power surged. Not explosively, but with controlled intensity, reactor achieving critical mass energy building in patterns that followed mathematical certainty rather than emotional impulse. Blue light traced along Yamato's edge, deepening through violet, into that color which existed in no natural spectrum, the shade that made perception itself recoil. Around him, the warp responded. Demons scattered their instinctive hunger, overridden by recognition that something was occurring which even chaos found unsettling. The maelstrom's constant churning slowed fractionally, as if reality itself held breath. Virgil's eyes narrowed. He cut, not one slash. Not a technique with established name or documented execution. This was judgment cut, elevated beyond its normal parameters, the principle taken to absolute conclusion, the concept of division, pushed past the threshold where it ceased being merely spatial manipulation and became something more fundamental. Judgment cut end. The attack manifested not as visible blade stroke, but as a sphere of pure severance space folding in on itself in patterns that created boundaries where none had existed. Reality divided from unreality, material from immaterial existence, from void. The sphere expanded outward from Yamato's tip encompassing Terra and the space surrounding it, cutting through every dimension simultaneously. Where it passed the warp, stopped, not pushed back, not defeated. Simply ceased to exist within the sphere's radius. Every demon, every whisper of chaos, every thread of corruption, severed at a level more fundamental than physical destruction. The Imperium's influence on reality was not blocked, but deleted the connection between both states, cut with precision that allowed no bleeding, no gradual reassertion. Silence fell across Terra. Total to the eye, perfect for 10 seconds. On the planet's surface, every psyker across every continent felt it simultaneously, the sudden, shocking absence of the warp's constant pressure. Those who had lived their entire lives perceiving the Imperium as background noise now experienced true psychic emptiness for the first time. Some screamed. Others wept. Most simply stood frozen, unable to process sensation. They had no context for understanding. The beacon fell silent over Saul, not dimmed, not flickered. The psychic lighthouse that had guided humanity's ships for 10,000 years ceased projection across the system, every photon of its impossible light occluded from the material realm. In the throne room, the projection fell silent. The connection between the Emperor's consciousness and the wider galaxy was severed, leaving only his physical form entombed in machinery that continued its function. Instruments read only the throne's autonomous systems, cycling through protocols without the guiding presence that had always inhabited them. Across Terra, prayers ceased to reach beyond the supplicant's skull. Billions of voices lifted in devotion found no destination, their faith still present but suddenly contained within purely physical space. The ecclesiarchy's cathedrals fell silent, not because worship stopped, but because the supernatural resonance that had always accompanied such devotion simply wasn't there. Demons bound in containment fields evaporated. Not banished, rendered inert, their connection to the warp severed so completely that even the concept of their existence could not maintain coherence. Chaos cultists felt their gods go silent. The whispers that had driven them, the promises that had sustained them, the corruption that had transformed them all cut away, leaving only baseline humanity staring at hands, suddenly free of mutation. Minds abruptly cleared of madness's influence. The effect expanded outward from Terra's position stations in near orbit, then further platforms the sphere encompassing Luna Mars, the outer defensive perimeters. Ships found their Geller fields unnecessary. Within the affected volume, nothing pressed against the barriers, because nothing existed to press. Astropaths aboard those vessels collapsed, their gifts rendered temporarily inert. Navigators stationed throughout Sol's system stared into the warp and saw nothing. Empty void where the Imperium should churn. 10 seconds. The silence held for 10 seconds of absolute division. On Terra's surface, the custodians stood frozen. Their enhanced perception allowed them to recognize what had occurred. Even if they could not fully comprehend it, something had cut the warp away from reality with precision that exceeded any psychic defense humanity had ever achieved. The Emperor's will had held back chaos through constant effort. This was not holding back. This was absence, severance, a boundary drawn with such finality that the concept of crossing it became temporarily meaningless. The Captain General of the Custodes looked skyward. Through Terra's polluted atmosphere beyond the orbital defensive platforms and patrolling fleets, he could see with senses that transcended normal vision, the sphere of division still holding, still maintaining its impossible geometry. And at its center, a figure in dark blue coat sword raised expression unchanged. Inside the Imperial Palace, tech priests checked their instruments with frantic urgency. Every sensor designed to detect warp presence registered 0. Not low readings, not suppressed signatures. Absolute null state that should not be possible across planetary scale, let alone system-wide. Silent Sisters felt redundant for the first time in their existence. Their null fields created localized psychic emptiness. This was that same emptiness, expanded to encompass everything. Within visual range of Terra, maintained not through genetic mutation, but through single sword stroke. In the throne room, the machinery supporting the Emperor continued to function. His physical form remained alive, barely desperately sustained by technology that had forgotten how to fail. But the psychic presence that had made him more than corpse, the consciousness that had guided humanity from this golden prison, was cut off, isolated, contained within flesh and machine, unable to reach outward. 7 seconds remaining. Sensors across Sol registered null state. Vox nets flooded with conflicting reports. Orbital stations transmitted emergency protocols. Navigators aboard vessels in system reported void, where the beacon should burn their consciousness, finding no purchase in the suddenly empty Imperium. Some ships triggered emergency exit from approach vectors, pilots' instincts responding to absence they couldn't articulate. 5 seconds. On Terra. In the streets of the capital hive, ordinary citizens looked at each other, with expressions caught between terror and wonder. For most, the warp was theoretical, something priests spoke of, something that justified the Imperium's countless brutalities. But now, in its absence, they felt the shape of what had been removed. Like discovering a sound that had played continuously throughout life, noticed only in its silencing. 3 seconds. Virgil stood unmoved at the sphere's center. His concentration remained absolute, maintaining the technique through sheer will and perfect control. Yamato hummed in his grip, not straining, but resonating, the blade responding to his intent as it had always done. This was not power forcing reality to comply. This was precision so absolute that reality had no framework for resistance. 1 second. Then inevitably the boundary began to dissolve. Not breaking, simply releasing. Virgil lowered Yamato, and with that motion the sphere of severance collapsed inward. The warp rushed back like tide returning to shore, chaos flooding into void that had been carved from its substance. But it did not return unchanged. Where the sphere had existed, the boundary between warp and reality bore trace of division. Not weakened, but marked a threshold that would carry memory of severance. Phenomena within the sphere's former radius operated with subtle difference, slightly more constrained, as if reality had learned from 10 seconds of separation and retained some structural echo of that lesson. The beacon reignited. The Emperor's projection returned to material space, his consciousness reconnecting with the machinery that channeled his will across the galaxy. Instruments registered the resumption of function, whether precisely as before or carrying some residual difference. Initial readings could not determine. Prayer found its destination again. Psychers felt the warp's familiar pressure resume. Astropaths gazed into the Imperium and saw its familiar chaos churning. But 10 seconds had passed. 10 seconds of absolute silence. 10 seconds where every human who could perceive psychic reality had experienced its complete absence. That could not be forgotten. Would not be forgotten. Virgil sheathed Yamato. The blade returned to its scabbard with that soft click sound, impossibly loud, in the moment following silence's end. He stood in the space between warp and reality. His expression unchanged, his posture neutral. The test was over. He had demonstrated that even the warp fundamental chaos underlying reality could be cut. Not permanently, perhaps not even for duration exceeding moments, but cut nonetheless. The boundary existed. Limitation proven through action rather than philosophy. On Terra, the custodians slowly lowered their weapons. Not because threat had passed, but because they recognized that whatever had occurred transcended concepts of threat or alliance. Something had happened that would echo through Imperial history, recorded in archives and debated by theologians for centuries to come. The Captain General's vox crackled to life. Multiple channels simultaneously, Inquisition, Mechanicus, Ecclesiarchy, all demanding explanation, all asking questions that possessed no satisfactory answers. He ignored them all, attention focused on the space above Terra, where the figure still stood, now preparing to depart. Virgil opened a rift, simple slash through reality, no different than the portals he had created across his journey through this universe. The warp parted before Yamato's edge chaos, acknowledging blade logic one final time. Before he stepped through, he allowed himself one final observation. Terra continued its rotation. Billions of humans continued their lives, most unaware anything had occurred. The Imperium's machinery ground onward, bureaucracy and faith and warfare maintaining the same rhythms they had held for millennia. 10 seconds had passed, but the fundamental structure remained unchanged. He had proven limitation existed, demonstrated that even chaos had boundaries, shown that power, regardless of scale or source, eventually encountered thresholds it could not cross without transformation or sacrifice. The Emperor had been correct sometimes. The strongest choice was accepting what could not be changed. But Virgil was not interested in strength of that nature. He stepped through the rift. The portal sealed behind him. Blue light fading to leave only empty space and the faint psychic echo of something that should not have been possible. The warp resumed its normal patterns. Demons returning to their hunting chaos gods, directing their attention elsewhere. The eternal war between order and disorder, grinding forward without acknowledgement that it had been briefly and absolutely interrupted. On Terra's surface, in the Imperial Palace's highest chambers, the Captain General finally spoke into his vox. Record the following. Today, the 247th day of 851 on 41. An entity designated Blade Logic executed an unknown psychic technique that severed warp influence across Sol's system for approximately 10 seconds. No casualties resulted. No infrastructure damage occurred. The entity has departed. Classification unknown. Threat assessment incalculable. He paused, then added, with uncharacteristic hesitation, recommendation unknown. The entity demonstrated capability to void the warp itself. If it chose to employ such technique with hostile intent, no defense exists. Yet it departed without aggression. Theological implications require examination by highest authority. The vox crackled with demands for clarification, for additional detail, for explanation of how such events could occur. The Captain General terminated the transmission. Around him, his warriors stood vigil. The Emperor's presence, having returned to its previous state, offered no guidance. The throne room's machinery continued its eternal function as if nothing had changed. But something had changed. Terra had experienced silence. True absolute psychic silence. And having experienced it once, having felt the warp's absence even briefly, the Imperium could never quite return to its previous certainty that such silence was impossible. Deep in the palace's archives somewhere a record would be made. Filed among other anomalies, cross-referenced, encrypted, accessible only during crisis or theological emergency. The details would vary depending on who compiled them, but the core fact would remain. Something had occurred that should not be possible, and Terra had witnessed it. In a distant sector moving through the space between stars and between dimensions. Virgil walked with the same measured pace he applied to all things. His mind processed the final datum, integrating it into the complete pattern he had assembled across his journey. Limitation existed. He had proven this through direct observation and demonstration. Power had boundaries not because external forces imposed them, but because the concept of power itself required limitation to possess meaning. Infinite strength was indistinguishable from non-existence. Absolute control was merely another form of chaos wearing different masks. The Emperor had accepted this truth through necessity and sacrifice. Ahriman rejected it through eternal seeking. The warp embodied it through formless changeability. Virgil simply acknowledged it. No satisfaction, no disappointment, just recognition that the question had been answered, the measurement completed. Behind him, dimensions away and light years distant, Terra continued its slow rotation. The Imperium resumed its grinding survival. The warp churned with renewed vigor, as if 10 seconds of absence had somehow intensified its hunger. But in the silence between the warp's whispers, in the space where chaos had briefly ceased to exist, something remained. Not physical trace, not psychic residue, simply the memory encoded into reality itself that severance was possible, that even fundamental chaos could be cut, that limitation acknowledged or not existed for all things. Virgil's hand rested on Yamato's hilt as he walked. The blade was silent, satisfied with the role it had played. Together they moved forward into whatever came next, pursuing no particular destination, seeking no specific answer, just measuring, always measuring. The cut that had silenced Terra would fade into record, then interpretation, then debate. What actually occurred would become secondary to what it meant, scholars arguing, priests incorporating into sermon, inquisitors investigating without reaching consensus. But those present, the psychers, who had felt warp presence vanish, the custodians who had witnessed the sphere of division, the Emperor himself from his golden prison, they would carry the memory forward. They would remember silence, and in remembering knowledge, would persist that their universe, for all its chaos and brutality and hopelessness, was not quite as immutable as doctrine claimed. Somewhere, something existed capable of cutting through the fundamental substrate of reality itself. That entity had visited Terra, demonstrated its power, and departed without explanation or demand. Whether it would return remained unknown, but the scar remained. The memory endured, and in the grim darkness of the far future, where there was only war, those 10 seconds would echo longer than most victories. Inquisitor Celeste Kane stood on the observation deck of the orbital station, vigilance eternal, watching Terra rotate beneath her. 3 days had passed since the silence. 3 days since the warp had stopped. 10 seconds. She could still feel the absence not as memory, but as wound. Something fundamental had changed in the way her psychic perception interfaced with reality. Where once the Imperium's presence had been constant background noise, now there existed hesitation, as if the warp itself had learned caution. Behind her, the station's observation deck remained empty. Most personnel avoided spaces with exterior viewports since the incident. They claimed the stars looked different now, colder, more distant. Celeste understood. She felt it too, the sense that something vast and incomprehensible had occurred, leaving scars in places scars should not exist. Her augmented eye flickered, processing data streams from across Sol's system. Reports continued to accumulate. Psychers throughout the sector experiencing reduced connection stability. Demon summoning rituals failing at unprecedented rates. Chaos cultists found wandering confused, their patron god's whispers suddenly unreliable. And everywhere the same question: what happened? Celeste knew. She had been there. Not on Terra itself, but close enough stationed aboard this very platform, monitoring psychic phenomena as part of routine observation protocols. She had felt the severance, witnessed the technique's execution from orbit, her psychic senses providing perspective that transcended mere visual observation. She had seen the sphere, blue light expanding from Terra's surface, encompassing the entire system in seconds. Not physical illumination, but something deeper, boundary, drawn through reality itself, cutting warp from Imperium with precision that made her previous understanding of psychic defense seem laughably primitive. And at the sphere's center, blade logic. The name had emerged from custodian reports, encrypted transmissions that Celeste's clearance barely allowed her to access. Entity of unknown origin. No allegiance declared, no corruption detected. Threat assessment incalculable. The entry said nothing about what he had done. About 10 seconds where the warp ceased to exist within Sol's boundaries. About silence so complete that even the Emperor's psychic presence had been temporarily isolated. Celeste's hand moved unconsciously to the psychic hood she no longer wore. The device had been damaged during the incident circuits, overloaded by sudden absence of the very phenomena they were designed to detect. Tech priests were still attempting repairs, but she suspected the hood would never function quite the same. None of their equipment would. The observation deck's doors hissed open. Footsteps approached, measured, unhurried. Celeste didn't turn. She recognized the gate. Inquisitor Kane. The voice belonged to Lord Inquisitor Vale Morak, her direct superior within the Ordo Hereticus. You requested this audience. I did. Morak joined her at the viewport, his aged features reflecting Terra's light. He was old even by inquisitorial standards, centuries of service etched into every line of his face, countless sacrifices marked in scars, both visible and otherwise. You filed a report, Morak said. Not question statement. Concerning the entity designated Blade Logic. I encountered him previously, before the incident. Celeste's augmented eye refocused, pulling up archive memories with perfect clarity. Hive Secundus. During the Gorvan heresy suppression, Morak's attention sharpened fractionally. You failed to mention this in your initial debriefing. At the time, I classified it as localized anomaly. Unusual, but not unprecedented. Celeste's jaw tightened. I was wrong. What he did to Sol's system, I should have recognized the potential. Explain. Celeste gestured. Her augmented eye projected hololithic display into the air between them. Hive Secundus rendered in wireframe precision, date-stamped 18 months prior to the current incident. I was investigating cult activity. Sentia worshippers' minor cell. They had summoned demon lesser entity, but dangerous to civilian population. The display shifted, showing tactical overlay. Standard suppression was complicated by warp storm interference. My psyker abilities were erratic, unstable. The hololithic display changed again. A figure materialized in the projection, tall white-haired coat of dark blue single katana at his side. He appeared without warning. No warp signature, no psychic disturbance, simply present. Celeste's voice remained level clinical. The cultists attacked. He drew his sword, one cut. The display showed what her augmented eye had recorded, blue line tracing through space, impossibly precise. Where it passed, cultists fell. Not wounded, not dead. Simply severed. Their connection to Tsinch cut at some fundamental level, leaving baseline humans staring at hands suddenly free of mutation. The demon attempted to manifest. He cut it. Not banishment severance. The entity's anchored to material reality was removed. It didn't return to the warp. It just stopped existing in our dimensional framework. Morak studied the display in silence. When he spoke, his tone carried the weight of someone recognizing patterns they wished remained unrecognized. And you said nothing. I reported anomalous entity, unaffiliated, non-hostile to Imperial forces, recommendation monitor, but do not engage. Celeste dismissed the hololithic display. I did not understand what I had witnessed. Not until Saul. 10 seconds. 10 seconds where he demonstrated capability to sever the warp itself from material reality across an entire star system. Celeste turned to face Morak directly. I have been Psyker for 40 years. I have felt the warp's presence every moment of those years. During those 10 seconds, nothing. Absolute psychic void extending further than my senses could reach. Morak's expression remained carefully neutral. The official position is that localized warp phenomenon occurred. Natural fluctuation in the immateriums. With respect, my lord, that is horseshit. The profanity hung in the air between them. Morak's eyebrow raised fractionally, but he did not reprimand her. After moments, something that might have been grim amusement touched his aged features. Continue. Celeste gestured toward Terra. What occurred was not natural. It was technique. Executed with precision that suggests both understanding and control of principles we do not possess. He cut the warp. Completely. Temporarily. Across Saul's system. She paused. That should not be possible. And yet. Celeste's augmented eye flickered, pulling up additional data. In the 3 days since compiled signals intelligence summaries show approximately 17,412 separate reports of psychic anomalies throughout Saul's sector. Psychers experiencing reduced connection stability. Astropaths requiring longer meditation periods to achieve warp sight. Navigators reporting that the Astronomicon appears different. Different how? More focused, less pervasive. Celeste's hands clenched briefly, as if 10 seconds of absence taught the beacon efficiency it previously lacked. Morak walked to the viewport, hands clasped behind his back. Below, Terra continued its rotation, oblivious to the theological crisis brewing in high orbit. What do you believe happened, Inquisitor Kane? Celeste considered her words carefully. What she said next would be recorded, analyzed, potentially used as evidence in trials she could not predict. I believe blade logic demonstrated that the warp is not inevitable, that chaos can be cut, that the fundamental substrate underlying our reality possesses boundaries we did not know existed. She paused. I believe he proved an Imperial assumption false. Silence stretched between them. Morak did not turn from the viewport. Explain. The Emperor holds back the warp through constant effort. His will against chaos, eternal struggle maintaining precarious balance. Celeste's voice remained steady despite the heretical implications of her analysis. Blade logic did not hold back chaos. He removed it. Completely. For 10 seconds, the warp did not press against our reality, because the connection between them had been severed. Temporarily, yes. But the fact that it could be done at all. Celeste shook her head. We built an entire civilization on the assumption that the warp is eternal. That its influence cannot be truly eliminated, only managed. He proved that assumption false. Morak finally turned. His eyes, one natural, one augmented, studied Celeste with intensity that would have made lesser interrogation subjects confess sins they had not committed. Are you suggesting the entity presents threat to Imperial doctrine? I'm suggesting he presents threat to every doctrine. Celeste met his gaze without flinching. Chaos worships him as a proof that order can dominate change. Imperial faithful debate whether he is saint or demon. I have received 17 separate petitions from various sectors requesting information about the Silent Blade, a title that has somehow emerged despite all attempts at information containment. The Silent Blade. They claim he brings silence where chaos screams, order where madness reigns. Celeste's augmented eye flickered. A cult is forming, my lord. Small but growing. They do not worship Emperor. They do not serve chaos. They seek clarity through severance, silence through the entity's methodology. Morak's expression darkened. Heresy, undeniably. But heresy that draws from witnessed truth rather than warped corruption. Celeste pulled up another hololithic display, scattered reports from across multiple sectors. Path of the Blade, they call themselves. Not organized religion, more like philosophical movement. They meditate on the concept of limitation, study the space between power and purpose. Have they demonstrated psychic abilities? No, they're not psychers, they're philosophers. Celeste dismissed the display. Which makes them more dangerous. Ideas spread faster than corruption. Morak returned to the viewport. Below Terra's night side glittered with billions of lights, each one representing souls who lived and died without ever understanding the forces that shape their reality. What is your recommendation, Inquisitor? Celeste had prepared for this question. 3 days of analysis weighing options against consequences, attempting to find course of action that served the Imperium without requiring her to compromise observations that might prove vital. Do nothing. Morak's head turned slightly. Explain. Blade logic demonstrated capability far exceeding anything we could oppose. He departed without demands, without casualties, without attempting to reshape Imperial authority. Celeste's hands remained steady despite the implications of her recommendation. Pursuing him would be futile. Attempting to suppress knowledge of what occurred would be impossible. Too many witnesses, too much data. Better to let it become myth, legend. Something people debate rather than understand. And the cult path of the Blade. Monitor, do not suppress. Suppression creates martyrs. Celeste's augmented eye refocused on Morak. Let them seek their clarity. Most will find nothing. Those who find something may prove useful. Useful how? If Blade logic returns, and I suspect he will. Though I cannot predict when or why, we will need individuals who understand his methodology. Philosophers who have studied the concept of severance rather than warriors who would simply attack. Morak was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the weariness of someone who had maintained certainties for centuries only to watch them crumble in 10 seconds. You believe he will return. I believe he measured us. Celeste turned back to the viewport. The encounter on Terra was not conquest. It was observation, testing limitations, proving boundaries exist. She paused. He came to our strongest fortress, demonstrated absolute capability, and departed without exploiting that capability. That is not how invaders behave. Then what is he? Celeste considered the question. Same question she had been asking herself for 3 days, examining from every angle her training and experience allowed. A blade, she said finally. Nothing more, nothing less. He cuts. That is his nature. Whether that cutting serves our interests or opposes them depends entirely on what requires cutting. That is not reassuring answer. No, but it is accurate one. Celeste's augmented eye flickered. He did not come to save us, my lord. He did not come to destroy us. He came to measure, to test, to prove that even chaos has edges that can be found and exploited. And having proven this, he left. Celeste's voice carried the certainty of witnessed fact, taking with him knowledge that our entire civilization is built on flawed assumption. The warp is not unstoppable force. The Emperor is not the only possible answer to chaos. Limitation exists even for fundamental powers. She paused. That knowledge will spread, already spreading, cannot be suppressed. Morak returned to face her fully. Are you suggesting we should allow heretical philosophy to propagate throughout the Imperium? I'm suggesting we cannot stop it, and that attempting to stop it will create problems worse than the philosophy itself. Celeste met his gaze. Better to understand the blade than deny its existence. The Lord Inquisitor studied her in silence. Finally, he gave a single sharp nod. Write full report. Everything you have observed, everything you suspect, every implication you can project. Classification Obsidian Seal. Eyes only for Inquisitorial Lords and Fabricator General. He moved toward the door, then paused. And Inquisitor, my lord, if the entity returns, you will be primary contact. Prepare accordingly. Celeste inclined her head. Understood. Morak departed, leaving her alone with Terra's light and the weight of observations that could reshape Imperium if widely known, or could be buried in archives where only the highest authorities would ever acknowledge their existence. She remained at the viewport for another hour, watching Terra rotate, thinking about 10 seconds of silence and the entity who had created them. Blade logic. The silent blade. Whatever designation one used, the truth remained. Something had visited humanity's heart, demonstrated power that exceeded understanding, and departed, carrying knowledge that worlds could be built on, or destroyed. Celeste's augmented eye recorded everything, storing data in encrypted formats that would survive her death. Somewhere in the future, someone would access these records. They would see what she had witnessed. They would understand what had occurred. And perhaps they would be ready when the blade returned, because it would return. She was certain of this, though she could not articulate why. Not prophecy, she was not sanctioned seer. Not logic, there existed no tactical reason for him to revisit Saul. Simply recognition. She had met him once before. Briefly. In Hive Secundus. He had cut through demon and cultists without acknowledging her presence. But for one instant fraction of second, their eyes had met. She had seen nothing in his gaze. No malice, no mercy. Just observation, assessment. The look of someone cataloging data for future reference. That look was not focused on immediate threat. It was focused on potential, possibility. What might occur if variables changed. Celeste suspected she had been added to some internal calculation, marked as data point worth remembering. Whether that meant opportunity or liability, she could not determine. Below, Terra continued its rotation. Above, stars maintained their ancient positions, and between them, in the space where warp and reality intersected, something had changed. The boundary was scarred. Celeste could feel it even now, subtle wrongness in the way psychic energy moved through Saul's system. Not weaker, not stronger, just different, more contained. As if the warp had learned that expanding too far too fast risked encountering edge that could sever it completely. 10 seconds had taught eternal lesson. She wondered if the Emperor recognized this. If his consciousness, vast and ancient, understood that someone had accomplished what he could not through endless sacrifice, but through precise application of technique that bypassed sacrifice entirely. The Emperor held back chaos. Blade logic had cut it. The distinction mattered. In the observation deck's silence, Celeste composed her report. Every detail recorded with clinical precision. Every implication explored without flinching from heretical conclusions. Every recommendation stated clearly, despite knowing they might result in her own investigation. Truth served the Imperium better than comfortable lies, even when truth revealed that the Imperium's fundamental assumptions were flawed. She worked through the night documenting 3 days of analysis, condensed into a report that would be read by perhaps 10 individuals across the entire Imperium. Classification Obsidian Seal meant it would never reach general circulation, never influence policy openly, but it would exist. Somewhere in the archives, her observations would persist. And when not if, but when Blade logic returned, someone would access this report. They would understand what they faced. They would be prepared, or at least as prepared as one could be for entity that cut through the warp itself. Celeste finished the report as Terra's dawn approached. She encrypted it, transmitted it via Obsidian Seal relays to the designated recipients, and then deleted all local copies. The knowledge was preserved, distributed, beyond any single point of failure. She stood straightening her coat, preparing to return to normal duties. The galaxy continued its wars. Chaos pressed at 1,000 frontiers. Her work as Inquisitor demanded attention, but part of her awareness would always remain focused on that question. When will the blade return? And more importantly, what will it cut next? The observation deck doors closed behind her, sealing off Terra's light. She walked through the station's corridors, past servitors performing maintenance, past soldiers maintaining eternal watch against enemies that would never cease. Somewhere in the vast machinery of the Imperium, her report would be read, analyzed, debated. Conclusions would be drawn. Preparations would be made, or not. The Imperium was vast. Its bureaucracy legendary. Her report might be buried under 10,000 other concerns, forgotten until crisis forced its rediscovery. Either way, Celeste had done her duty. She had recorded truth. The blade existed. It had cut the warp. It would return. And when it did, humanity would face a question it had spent 10 millennia avoiding. What happens when the fundamental assumptions underlying our civilization are proven false? Celeste suspected the answer would reshape the galaxy, or destroy it, possibly both. She returned to her quarters, removed her augmented eye for maintenance, and slept the dreamless sleep of those who have witnessed something they cannot unsee. 10 seconds of silence. 10 seconds where the warp ceased. 10 seconds that would echo across centuries, carried forward by those who remembered and those who would study what remembrance meant. The blade was gone, but its cut remained. And cuts, even when healed, always leave scars. The warp churned, not the violent chaos of Maelstrom or the calculated corruption of Tzeentch's domain, but the deep primal churn, raw immaterium grinding against itself in patterns that preceded consciousness, that would continue long after the last mortal soul dissolved into its depths. Through this chaos, a figure walked. Virgil moved with the same measured pace he had maintained since departing Terra. No destination guided him. No objective drove him forward. Just the simple continuation of movement, because stillness implied conclusion, and his measurement required no conclusion. Only persistence. Around him, the warp responded as it always did demons, circling at distance, colors that had no names flashing through existence, geometries folding through themselves in defiance of mathematics. He ignored them all. They were not relevant to his current state. They were simply present. His hand rested on Yamato's hilt, contact, maintained without conscious thought. The blade was silent, satisfied with its role in recent events. Together they had cut through the warp itself, demonstrated that even fundamental chaos possessed boundaries that could be exploited. The measurement was complete. Yet Virgil continued walking, not searching, not fleeing, simply existing in the space between realities, occupying the threshold where material laws broke down and psychic principles reigned. It was in its way, the closest approximation to home he had found since leaving the Devil May Cry universe. A presence manifested ahead, not sudden, not threatening. The warp simply reorganized itself, reality conforming to consciousness, until a figure stood where empty chaos had been moments before. Robes of shifting color staff, crowned with crystalline eye armor, beneath bearing symbols that hurt to perceive directly. Ahriman, the sorcerer, stood in Virgil's path, not blocking, but observing. They regarded each other across distance, measured in metaphor, rather than meters, two beings who understood that power alone was insufficient, that knowledge required acknowledgement of its own limitations. When Ahriman spoke, his voice carried through the warp without medium of air or sound. You cut the warp from Terra. Not question, statement of witnessed fact. Virgil's response was economical. Yes, 10 seconds of absolute severance. The Emperor could not achieve such feat in 10 millennia. The sorcerer's helm tilted fractionally. You demonstrated what I have sought across ages. Proof that limitation can be transcended through understanding rather than accumulated power. Incorrect. Ahriman's posture shifted, subtle indication of attention sharpening. Explain. I did not transcend limitation. I defined it. Virgil's tone remained flat, clinical. Cutting the warp from reality proved that connection between them exists. Connection implies boundary. Boundary implies limitation. Therefore, the act of severance confirms what you seek to deny, that boundaries exist even for fundamental forces. The sorcerer was silent for several seconds. Around them, the warp continued its churning, indifferent to philosophical debate conducted in its depths. You speak of my defeat as if it vindicates your position. It does, and yet you continue seeking. Ahriman gestured toward the empty chaos surrounding them. You measured Terra, proved your hypothesis, demonstrated capability that exceeds conventional understanding. Still, you walk the warp without destination. That is not behavior of one who has found answers. Virgil did not respond immediately. The observation was accurate. He had proven limitation existed, demonstrated that even the warp could be cut. Yet satisfaction eluded him, not because the proof was insufficient, but because proving the hypothesis had revealed deeper question. Limitation exists, he said finally. But understanding limitation does not eliminate the drive to test it. Then you are trapped in same cycle you claim to have escaped. The sorcerer's voice carried something approaching sympathy. Eternal seeking without possibility of satisfaction. That is not transcendence. That is merely refined form of the imprisonment you observed in the Emperor. Perhaps. Ahriman turned, slightly gazing into the chaos that surrounded them both. I have spent 10,000 years seeking to restore what was lost, to perfect what was broken, to transcend limitations that destroyed my legion. His helm's lenses reflected light that had no source. You showed me that such seeking is futile, that the rubric cannot be undone, because undoing requires accepting loss as permanent rather than temporary setback. You understand this now. I understand that understanding changes nothing. The sorcerer's hands tightened on his staff. Knowledge of limitation does not eliminate desire to surpass it. You prove this yourself even after demonstrating that warp has boundaries. You continue walking, continue seeking, continue measuring. Virgil regarded Ahriman in silence. The sorcerer's observation was uncomfortable in its accuracy. He had completed his measurement, proven his hypothesis, demonstrated capability that exceeded any opposition he had encountered. Yet, the drive remained not satisfied, merely momentarily addressed. What do you want from this conversation? Virgil asked. Ahriman laughed. The sound echoed strangely through the warp, not mocking, but genuine amusement carrying edge of self-awareness that approached bitterness. I want nothing. I seek nothing. I simply recognized kindred spirit and chose to acknowledge it before you disappear into whatever comes next. The sorcerer's staff tapped against surface that was not surface. We are alike, you and I. We both learned that ultimate power is insufficient answer to fundamental questions. But unlike you, I am bound to my legion, to 10,000 years of accumulated failure that cannot be abandoned without rendering all previous sacrifice meaningless. Sunk cost fallacy. Precisely. Ahriman's helm dipped in acknowledgement. You are free to walk away, to accept that limitation exists and stop testing it. I cannot. My brothers stand frozen in dust armor, waiting for salvation. I now know I cannot provide, but I must continue attempting because acknowledging impossibility would mean admitting I destroyed them for nothing. Virgil considered this. The sorcerer's position was logically untenable, but emotionally understandable, trapped by weight of past decisions, unable to move forward without invalidating everything that had come before. That is not my concern. No, it is not. Ahriman turned back to face him fully. But I tell you anyway because someday you will encounter similar choice. Power sufficient to act, but insufficient to justify action. Capability exceeding purpose. And in that moment you will understand why I continue walking this path, despite knowing it leads nowhere. I understand now. No. You comprehend intellectually. Understanding requires experiencing the full weight of accumulated failure, pressing against continued effort. The sorcerer's voice carried 10 millennia of exhaustion, compressed into single statement. You will understand when you realize that proving limitation exists does not provide alternative to pursuing power. It simply renders the pursuit more honest about its futility. Silence stretched between them. Not hostile, not comfortable, simply two beings acknowledging truths neither could fully escape. Finally, Virgil spoke. Why tell me this? Because you cut the warp. Because you demonstrated impossibility made manifest. Because in 10 seconds you achieved what the Emperor could not accomplish in 10,000 years. Ahriman's staff traced pattern in the air symbols that existed briefly before chaos consumed them. And because knowing this will not change what you are, you will continue walking, continue cutting, continue measuring. Not because you seek specific answer, but because seeking is your nature, as it is yours. Yes. The admission carried no shame or pride, just acknowledgement of fact. We are defined by our seeking. The difference is that you remain free to choose new directions. I am bound to path I set millennia ago, unable to deviate, without rendering all previous steps meaningless. Ahriman began to dissolve form, scattering back into the warp's substance. Before he vanished completely, he spoke once more. When you find what you seek, if you find it, remember this conversation. Remember that understanding limitation does not eliminate it. And remember that some of us lack your freedom to simply walk away. Then he was gone, leaving Virgil alone with the warp's eternal churning. Virgil stood motionless for 3 seconds. Processing, integrating. The sorcerer's words carried uncomfortable truth. He had proven his hypothesis, yet satisfaction remained elusive. The drive to test limitations persisted despite having demonstrated their existence. He resumed walking, not because destination beckoned, not because purpose demanded it, simply because remaining stationary implied acceptance of current state as final, and he was not prepared to make that acknowledgement. Around him, the warp responded to his continued presence. The chaos that should have consumed him, instead, quieted. Not silenced, that would require active technique, constant maintenance, but muted as if his passage through the Imperium created wake of temporary order reality, remembering 10 seconds of absolute division and maintaining caution in response. Demons observed from distance, not fleeing, not attacking, simply watching. He was an anomaly in their domain presence that existed outside normal classifications, not mortal, not daemon, not god. Just blade logic made manifest, walking through chaos with same measured pace he applied to all things. Hours passed, or seconds, or centuries. Time had no consistent meaning in the warp. Only persistence mattered, and Virgil's persistence was absolute. Eventually, he sensed change in the chaos ahead. Not threat, not destination, simply difference. The warp's churning altered pattern reality, organizing itself around singular point that should not exist within Imperium's formless depths. He approached. The point resolved into space. Small pocket of stability, carved from chaos, maintained through continuous effort, or perhaps simply existing. Because concept of stability required manifestation somewhere within infinite disorder, at the space's center, a structure. Not building, not monument, simply form. Crystalline and precise edges defined with mathematical certainty surfaces, reflecting aspects of reality that should remain abstract. It pulsed with energy that was neither warp nor material, but something between power that existed in the threshold sustained by refusal to conform to either state. Virgil recognized the structure's purpose immediately. Anchor point, meditation focus, place where seeker could stand within the warp without being consumed by it, maintaining sanity through imposed order rather than psychic shields. He entered. The structure's interior was sparse single-chamber walls of crystalline clarity showing the warp beyond their boundaries. No furniture, no decoration. Just empty space maintained against chaos through architectural precision. At the chamber's center, a blade stood embedded in crystalline floor. Not Yamato. This weapon was different, longer, curved differently, forged from material that seemed to exist in multiple states, simultaneously edge-phasing between solid and ethereal with each moment. Recognition flashed through Virgil's awareness. Not his blade, but similar principle. Same understanding that cutting required not just force, but precision, that division served purposes transcending mere destruction. Someone else had walked this path before him. He circled the embedded blade, studying it from multiple angles. The craftsmanship was extraordinary weapon, forged not just from material, but from concept given form through understanding that exceeded conventional smithing. It was an attempt to create permanent severance blade that could cut through anything, by existing simultaneously in all states where cutting was possible. The attempt had failed. The blade was trapped, unable to be drawn, unable to fulfill its purpose, locked in eternal potential without release. Whoever had created it had understood principle of absolute division, but lacked capability to manifest that understanding. Virgil's hand moved to Yamato's hilt. For a moment he considered drawing his own blade, testing it against this failed attempt, seeing if Yamato could cut what its predecessor could not. Then he lowered his hand. The trapped blade was not obstacle. It was warning. Reminder that understanding principle did not guarantee successful execution. That seeking absolute power through absolute technique could result in absolute imprisonment. He turned away from the blade, moving to the chamber's crystalline wall. Beyond the boundary, chaos churned. Demons circled. The warp continued its eternal dissolution and reformation, indifferent to the small pocket of stability carved from its depths. Virgil placed his palm against the crystalline surface. Cold, precise, maintained through force of will, or perhaps simply through refusal to acknowledge that chaos should be able to penetrate such boundaries. Through the crystal he could see the warp extending to infinity, dimensions folding through each other, realities bleeding together. The fundamental substrate underlying all existence, churning without purpose or direction. He had cut through this chaos, demonstrated that even the Imperium possessed boundaries, proven that limitation existed for fundamental forces. And standing here in this pocket of stability, looking out at infinite disorder, he felt nothing. No satisfaction, no disappointment. Just recognition that the question he had pursued across dimensions remained unanswered, not because answer did not exist, but because the question itself was flawed. He had sought the limit of power, The boundary where strength became insufficient. He had found it, multiple times, in different forms. The Emperor trapped on his throne, Ahriman locked in cycle of futile seeking, the blade embedded in crystal floor unable to fulfill its purpose, despite perfect understanding of principle. But finding limitation did not eliminate the drive to test it. That was the true limitation. Not external boundary imposed by reality, but internal compulsion that could not be satisfied regardless of how many boundaries were found and exploited. Virgil lowered his hand from the crystal, turned back to face the chamber's empty space, drew Yamato. The blade emerged in silence, 3 feet of perfect steel reflecting light that existed only in the space between states. He held it before him, edge vertical, studying his own distorted image in the polished surface. The reflection showed nothing he had not seen before. No revelation, no transformation. Just the face of someone who had pursued question to its conclusion and found that conclusion merely led to deeper question. He raised the katana, not to cut, not to demonstrate technique, simply to hold it in proper form, acknowledging weapon that had accompanied him through this measurement and would continue accompanying him through whatever came next, because something would come next. The drive persisted. The compulsion to test, to measure, to cut through boundaries, regardless of whether cutting served any purpose beyond proving it could be done. That was his nature, his limitation. The boundary he could not surpass, because surpassing it would require becoming something other than what he was. Virgil lowered Yamato, sheathed it. The blade returned to its scabbard, with that soft click sound echoing through crystalline chamber and out into chaos beyond. He stood in silence, allowing the moment to complete itself. No epiphany occurred. No transformation manifested. Just acknowledgement that the measurement had concluded and the measured reality remained unchanged by observation. Outside, the warp continued churning. Demons maintained their wary distance. The crystalline structure persisted in its pocket of stability, maintained by principles Virgil understood but did not need to emulate. He turned toward the chamber's exit, paused, looked back at the blade, embedded in crystal floor failed attempt to achieve absolute severance trapped in eternal potential. For a moment he considered trying to draw it, testing whether his understanding exceeded its creator's capability. Then he turned away. The blade was not challenge. It was memorial. Reminder that seeking absolute power led to absolute imprisonment, that understanding principle did not guarantee successful execution. He had learned this lesson multiple times. Did not need to learn it again. Virgil departed the structure, returning to the warp proper. Behind him, the crystalline chamber remained pocket of stability within chaos, empty except for trapped blade and lingering presence of someone who had passed through seeking answers to questions that possessed no satisfying resolution. He resumed walking, not because destination beckoned, not because purpose demanded, simply because movement required less acknowledgement than stillness, and he was not prepared to make final statement about what his measurement had revealed. The warp parted before him, not fleeing but accommodating. He existed in the space between realities, neither fully material nor entirely psychic, occupying threshold through precision of technique and understanding, rather than through psychic shields or divine protection. Hours passed, days, centuries. Time had no consistent measure within Imperium. Gradually, the warp around him began to change. Not dramatically, not noticeably to casual observation. But the chaos that churned in his wake carried different, slightly more ordered, fractionally more constrained, as if his passage left residue of division that chaos could not immediately metabolize. Demons avoiding these areas. Not consciously, not through fear, simply through instinct that recognized where the blade has passed, chaos remembers cutting. The effect was subtle, temporary. The warp would eventually reclaim these spaces, dissolve the residual order back into formless potential. But for now, in the wake of his passage, something remained. Not path, not destination, just trace. Evidence that blade logic had walked through chaos and chaos had been altered, however briefly, by the encounter. Virgil walked on, unaware of the effect his presence created. Or perhaps aware, but indifferent. The alteration was not his objective, simply consequence of existing in space that operated on principles he embodied rather than accepted. Behind him, the trace persisted. Ahead, infinite warp continued churning, and between them, a figure in dark blue coat walked with measured pace, hand resting on katana's hilt. Expression unchanged by the knowledge that he had proven. Limitation existed, yet remained unable to cease testing it. The measurement was complete. The measurement would never be complete. Both statements were true. Both statements were accurate. Neither provided satisfaction. That was the final lesson. The ultimate boundary. Not power insufficient to overcome obstacle, but understanding sufficient to recognize that some questions existed not to be answered, but to drive continued seeking. Virgil accepted this without satisfaction or disappointment, just recognition, and continued walking, always walking. The blade in motion was the blade at rest. Seeking was its own answer. Purpose existed in persistence rather than conclusion. These were not revelations. They were acknowledgments. The difference mattered to those who required justification for continued effort. For Virgil, effort required no justification beyond the simple fact of his nature. He was blade logic. He cut. That was sufficient. Behind him, the warp churned. Before him, infinite chaos awaited measurement. Around him, reality held its breath, waiting to see what would be cut next. He walked on eternal and unchanging, driven by compulsion he had measured and found to be fundamental aspect of his existence, neither virtue nor flaw, simply characteristic that defined what he was. The silent blade, walking through chaos, leaving in his wake not destruction but division. Clean cuts that reminded chaos that even fundamental disorder could be temporarily ordered if only someone possessed sufficient precision to find where the cuts should fall. The warp would remember him, not as conqueror, not as destroyer, not as savior, simply as blade, and that was sufficient.